네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
Ladies and gentlemen, shortly we are going to start the event Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth and Peace Festival. For the smooth proceeding, please turn off your cell phones or put it in the vibrate mode. This festival will last for 2 days under the theme of a March to Peace and Life with Kim Dae-jung. We have an opening ceremony
강연과 토론의
and
순서로
keynote
진행될
speeches and
예정입니다.
four special
의미 있는
lectures and
행사인 만큼
discussions.
끝까지 함께
I
해주시면
hope you
감사하겠습니다.
can be with us until the very end. Thank you.
네, 여러분 지금
Now, our VIPs, including Governor Kim Young-nok of JeollaNamdo province, are entering into the hall. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, everyone.
먼저 오늘 귀한 시간을 내어서
Thank you for joining us for the event Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival.
인사를 드립니다. 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 저는 오늘 김대중
I am the moderator of this feast festival, Yeonbin-na. Very nice to meet you all.
네, 오늘 행사는 김대중 대통령의 탄생
To mark 100th anniversary of Kim Dae-jung's birth, we prepared this event under the theme of a March to Peace and Life with Kim Dae-jung.
출산의 장미와 또 영산강이
With the spirit of Wolchulsan Mountain and the Yeongsangang River, this event will last until tomorrow here in Yeongam. With the Kim Dae-jung spirit, we will be finding way out of new Cold War, climate crisis, and AI domination. Now, let me announce the opening of Kim Dae-jung's birth, Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival.
신냉전, 기후위기, 그리고 AI. 이러한 세계적 복합 위기가 해결되지 않으면 인류는 공멸하게 됩니다. 우리는 평생 민주주의, 인권, 평화, 자연과의 상생을 위해 행동하는 양심으로 헌신했던 김대중 대통령에게서 그 길을 찾으려 합니다. 전쟁이 아닌 평화, 적대와 대결을 넘어선 교류와 협력, 그리고 공존과 발전을 추구하는 평화. 그것이 바로 자연과 상생하는 코스모 민주주의입니다. 일찍이 정보화 시대에서의 빈부격차가 정부격차로 이어져서는 안 된다는 경고를 한 김대중 대통령. AI 대전환의 시대. 그에게서 인간과 AI의 협업의 지혜를 찾습니다. 김대중 100년. 김대중 대통령과 함께 걷는 평화 생명의 길. 오늘 그 길을 함께 걷겠습니다.
여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Another big round of applause, please. We have a lot of people who are still longing for Kim Dae-jung's. But looking into the future, Kim Dae-jung has a great wisdom and insight.
지금 이 상황에서 굉장히 지혜를
So much
얻을 수
so,
있는
we can learn a
그런
lot
분들이
from
많지
his
않을까
wisdom.
싶습니다. 빛나는 미래를 제시해 줄 수 있을 것을 기대하면서
With the great expectations, we will lead the event. The topic is the march to peace and life with Kim Dae-jung. With the opening ceremonies, we have 2 keynote speeches and 2 special lectures along with the discussions. I hope you enjoy the event until the very end. Now we are going to have the allegiance to the national flag. Please rise.
어려운 분들은 앉은 상태에서
If you
예를
cannot
갖춰주시면
stand up,
감사하겠습니다.
you may sit it.
국기에 대하여 경례.
Salute to the flag.
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 앞에 자유롭고 정의로운 대한민국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
바로
Thank you. We will take a moment of silence for the fallen.
바로
Thank you. You may be seated. We will skip the national anthem singing.
오늘 이 귀한
Now,
자리를 빛내주시기 위해서 참석해
I would
주신
like
내외 귀빈
to
여러분들 제가
introduce the
소개해 드릴
distinguished
텐데요.
guests and
한 분 한 분
VIPs
소개해 드릴 때마다
for you.
큰
Whenever
환영의 박수
the names are called
부탁드리겠습니다.
upon, please welcome
먼저
them with a big round
오늘
of applause.
행사를
First of
개최하는데
all, I would
많은
like
지원을
to
아끼지 않으신
introduce
김영록 전남
Governor
도지사님께서
김영록 of
참석하셨습니다.
JeollaNamdo
큰 박수
province,
부탁드립니다.
who provided generous support for this event.
네, 이어서 성공적인 행사를 위해 만전을 기해 주신
And we have
김성재, 김대중
Executive Director Kim
평화센터
Seong-jae of
참석하셨습니다.
Kim Dae-jung
환영의 박수
Peace
부탁드립니다.
Center.
네, 이어서 권노갑
And we
김대중
have
재단
President
이사장님이
Kwon
참석하셨습니다.
No-gap of Kim Dae-jung Foundation.
환영의 박수 보내주시고요. 네, 허경만 전라남도 전 지사님
Next,
참석해
we have
주셨습니다.
former Governor Ho Kyung-nam of JeollaNamdo Province.
백이선 김대중 재단 사무총장님 참석해 주셨습니다.
General Secretary Baek Hee-sun of Kim Dae-jung Foundation.
네, 다음은 이광일 전라남도의회 부의장님 자리해 주셨습니다.
Vice Chair of Lee Gang-il of JeollaNamdo Provincial Assembly.
다음으로 김대중 전라남도 교육감님 참석해
Now we
주셨습니다.
have Kim Dae-jung, Governor of Education for JeollaNamdo Province.
우승희 영암 군수님 자리해 주셨습니다.
우승희, Governor of Yeongnam-gun County.
조성호 목포시의회 의장님
Chairperson 조성호 of Mokpo City Council.
네, 고맙습니다. 장충모 전남개발공사 사장님 자리해 주셨습니다.
CEO Jang Chung-mo of Jeonnam Development Corporation.
네, 오늘 좋은 내용의 특별
And as you know, we have a special lectures. So first of all, I would like to introduce Desmond Lea, CEO at the Desmond Lea Tutu Legacy Foundation.
네, 영국 맨체스터 대학교
And we have a
올리버
Professor
리치몬드 교수님
Oliver
자리하셨습니다.
Richmond,
환영의
professor
박수
of
감사하겠습니다.
University of Manchester.
김명자 카이스트
And we
이사장님
have
자리해
김명자,
주셨습니다.
chairperson of KAIST.
박수 부탁드립니다. 차상균 서울대학교 데이터
And also we
사이언스
have
대학원 초대
Professor Cha
원장님
Sang-gyun of
참석하셨습니다.
Seoul National University.
네, 오늘 이 외에도
Thank you
정말
all. We
많은
have a lot more
귀한
VIPs
분들께서
and
참석해
distinguished
주셨는데요.
guests,
시간의
but due to the
관계상 한 번 더
time
소개해
limitation, I may not be called them upon one
그럼
by one.
이번에는
I seek for your
김영록
understanding.
전라남도
Next, I would like to invite Governor Kim Young-nok for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the stage.
여러분 대단히 반갑습니다.
Good morning, everyone.
이렇게 뵙게 돼서
I'm
감사하게
very,
생각합니다.
very pleased to see you all.
김대중 대통령님 탄생 100주년을 맞아서
It
여러
is
국내 기빈님을 모시고
a truly meaningful honor to hold the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival to mark his 100th birthday with distinguished guests from home and abroad. And I would like to also say thank you to Speaker Woo Won-sik and the former, the Race, the normal, formal Nobel Committee chair.
김대중 대통령님의 숭고한 뜻과 정신을
And
이어나가고자
also,
하고 계신 김대중 재단의
I extend my appreciation to
여러분께 각별한
President Kwon No-gap of Kim Dae-jung Foundation and other the distinguished guests and VIPs who try to carry on the legacy of Kim Dae-jung.
관통하는 통찰력으로
Kim Dae-jung had a great insight looking through the times. He opened the future for the Korea, and also he devoted his life for the democracy, peace, and the reconciliation of the world. And also he was the very first president who achieved the peaceful power transition. And also he was the very first president who had the Inter-Korean Summit, opening the peace road on the Korean Peninsula.
미얀마의
Furthermore,
지지하고
he supported the democratization of Myanmar and prevented human rights violations in East Timor, a great achievement for the peace in East Asia.
세계와 경쟁하는 IT 강국
And now Korea is a leading country in terms of IT and digitalization. The very foundation for this is also laid by President Kim Dae-jung.
특히 상생과 화합,
Win-win and cooperation, solidarity, which are the spirit of JeollNamdo spirits, were extended to the global democracy and further to the cosmo democracy.
김대중 정신은 유례 없는 기후 재난과
The
격화되는
climate
국제
crisis
갈등 등
and the global
전 지구적
conflict
위기
and
앞에
other global
다시금
crises
중요한 이정표로 주목받고
are in need of his
전라남도는 이러한
spirit.
김대중 정신이 널리 기억되고 또
JeollNamdo
이어질
province
수
wants
있도록
his
응원을
spirit and his legacy to be remembered
내년에는
and
국제
carved
행사로서
into our
제3회
life.
김대중 평화회의를
Next
개최해서
year, we will hold the third Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum
노력을 함께
to deliver his peace message
김대중
to the world.
대통령의 고향 신안 하이도에 소송 중인
Sinan
한반도
Haido is his hometown.
내년이면은
The
세계인이 찾는
The peace forest on the Haido will be completed by next year. It will be the sacred place for all the people who wish for the world peace. Last month, in order to we had a great celebration for the 100th anniversary of his birth. Author Han Gang received Nobel Prize in Literature. The following, Kim Dae-jung, who won the Nobel Peace Prize.
특히 노벨상 수상의 계기가 된 소년이 온다라는
The
작품을
Human
통해서
X, the very
김대중
signature
정신이 깃든
work of
5.18
Hangang,
민주화 운동의 전 세계적
captured
공감대가
the spirit and the story of
의미가 깊다고 생각을 합니다.
democratization movement
아울러
of
세계
Gwangju.
최고
It was very
지성인들의 모임인
meaningful
세계
moment.
정치학회에서는
And in the
김대중
political
대통령님의 뜻을
academic
기리는
circle,
김대중상을
Kim Dae-jung
배정하였고
Award was
매년 서울 회의부터 2년마다
decided. So biannually, for those who devoted
세계적 학자에게
peace and
수여할
the
계획이라고
global solidarity, the Kim Dae-jung Award will be
위대한 유산과
will be
업적이
granted.
여전히 살아
Kim Dae-jung's
숨쉬며
legacy
세계와
is still
인류의
alive
앞길을
with us,
밝혀주는 희망이
lighting up
희망의
the
등불이
future
되고
path
있어서
to
이 얼마나
the future of the
가슴이
world.
뿌듯한
This is
일입니다.
very impressive and touching
지난
moment.
100년 김대중 대통령님께서는
Over the
주어진
last
상황을
100 years,
바꿔보려는 변화에 대한
Kim Dae-jung firmly
열망이
believed
역사의
the desire for
진보를
change that
가져왔다고
challenges the status quo
말씀을
brings about the
고난
progress of
속에서도
history.
평화롭고 정의로운
And he
세상을
also
위해 끊임없이
continually challenged the status quo in his life to
이제
achieve
앞으로의
peaceful
100년은
and just world amidst
신냉전,
hardships and
기후위기,
adversity.
억압과 폭력 등 전 지구적 문제를 김대중 정신으로
We had to overcome the overall global crisis with the Kim Dae-jung's spirit. So toward the better future, I hope we have to work together and make the path toward peace and shared prosperity. Through this festival, I hope we can find solutions to way out of this global crisis. Lastly, I would like to deliver my gratitude former Governor Heo Kyung-man and the Governor Woo Seung-hee and other distinguished guests for sharing their time to be with us. And also our special lecturers and the Professor Oliver Richmond and the German ambassador to Korea and also the East Timor ambassador to Korea and also Mr. Kim Sung-jae, the executive director of Kim Dae-jung Peace Center, Professor Cha Sang-kyun and the chairperson Kim Myung-ja for their time to be with us as well. Lastly, my appreciation also goes to Professor Park Hae-kak-sun and the Mokpo Embassy and all the staff for putting together this important event. I again thank everyone here today, and I hope that this gathering will serve as a stepping stone toward world peace, reaching beyond the Korean Peninsula. Thank you.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 김영록
Thank you very
전남도
much. And a
지사님께
big
큰
hand
박수
applause for
부탁드리겠습니다.
Governor Kim Young-nok of JeollaNamdo Province, please.
말씀하신 것처럼 시대를
As you said,
관통하는 통찰력, 또 평화
김대중's
인권을 위해
spirit
헌신하신
and philosophy
김대중 정신을 저희가
really
되돌아보면서 앞으로의
extends
100년을 또
beyond
준비할 수 있지
time
않을까
and
하는
space.
생각이
And we believe
들었습니다.
another
자,
100
이어서
years of his
이광일
legacy will
전라남도의회
continue.
부의장께서
Following, we
환영사를
have Vice
해주시겠습니다.
Chairperson of
뜨거운 박수와
JeollaNamdo
함께
Provincial
모셔보겠습니다.
County, 이광일, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him to the stage with a big hand.
반갑습니다.
Yes, good morning,
방금
everyone.
소개받은 전라남도
As
의회
introduced, I am
부의장
이광일,
이광일입니다.
the Vice Chairperson of JeollaNamdo
고
Provincial
김대중
Council
대통령님 탄생
Assembly.
100주년을 맞아서
Celebrating 100 years of the birth of former President Kim Dae-jung, it is a delight to be joining you in this event, celebrating the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's birth, Peace Festival. I'd like to extend my warmest appreciation to Kim Young-nok, Governor of JeollaNamdo, and Kim Sung-jae from the Kim Dae-jung Peace Center, President Kwon No-gap of the Kim Dae-jung Foundation, Kim Dae-jung Baek-son also from the Kim Dae-jung Foundation, Kim Dae-jung, the Superintendent of JeollaNamdo Office of Education, Woo Seung-hee, Governor of Gyeongnam-gun County, and Jo Sung-ho, the Chairperson of Mokpo City Council, for joining us this morning.
I know there are many other VIPs joining us today, but please forgive me for not being able to name and appreciate you one by one due to time constraints. We live in very turbulent times as we are witnessing the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war and the disputes in the Middle East areas, as well as the crisis escalating here on the Korean Peninsula as well. We live in the times where peace and reconciliation is even more important. President Kim Dae-jung has dedicated his life to paving the way to peace. His footsteps, marked by courage and wisdom, remain with us as symbols of reconciliation between the two Koreas and peace in East Asia, overcoming hardship and adversity. This festival, this celebration, will inspire us to reconsider or go over the lessons of President Kim Dae-jung and illuminate the path to peace for the Korean Peninsula and for the world. The Provincial Assembly of JeollaNamdo will keep its strong support in cooperation so that President Kim Dae-jung's spirit can extend beyond our local community and reach the international community as well. Once again, I sincerely congratulate the successful hosting of the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's birth Peace Festival, and I wish that today's event serves as a small step in spreading the message of peace to the world. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Vice Governor of Lee Kwang-il from JeollaNamdo Provincial Assembly. The message of peace and reconciliation truly resonates with us in these challenging times.
이번에는 김대중 전라남도 교육감께서
Now, let me invite Kim Dae-jung, Governor of Education of JeollaNamdo, for welcome speech. Please welcome him to the stage.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kim Dae-jung, Governor of Education for JeollaNamdo Province. The Governor Kim Young-nok, the Vice Chair Lee Kwang-il of JeollaNamdo National Assembly, and also President Kwon No-gap of the Kim Dae-jung Foundation. We have great faces, great VIPs, and distinguished guests on hand, and I would like to extend my welcome to all. Welcome you all. The Kim Dae-jung spirit is being held here in Mokpo, where the spirit of Kim Dae-jung is still alive. Let me congratulate on the opening of this event. And I sincerely welcome all distinguished scholars, students, and citizens and members of education community who have gathered here from home and abroad. Today, we gather to commemorate the centennial of Kim Dae-jung, who dedicated his life to democratization and peace in Korea, and to revisit his respectful spirit and legacy. President Kim devoted his life to democracy, human rights, and peace. With unbreakable resolve, he overcame numerous hardships, saved our nation from crisis, and charted the direction that Korea should pursue. This is more than commemoration. We are here to inherit his spirit and develop it even further. Through this event for 2 days, we will think about the Kim Dae-jung's spirit of peace, democracy, peace and democracy. And now our proud young students are participating as well to learn the peace and human rights, the less values. Awakening our children to those values is the very function of the good education. So inheriting his legacy, we strengthen the peace and the human rights education. We try to build the world where the coexistence of all beings is important. Reading is very important because President Kim Dae-jung was an avid reader. So here in JeollaNamdo Province, the reading is been chosen as the very important agenda. So we set up the Kim Dae-jung School to promote reading. As Governor Kim said, the author Hangang won the Nobel Prize in Literature, right? So his story, her story, her books captured the very spirit of Kim Dae-jung. So along with the Hangang's reading school, our schools would also promote the reading for the young students to learn a lot from Kim Dae-jung's spirit. Once again, I congratulate everyone on Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival, and I express my gratitude to JeollaNamdo Province, the Kim Dae-jung Peace Center, and the President of MBC Mokpo for their dedicated preparation of this event. Thank you.
김대중 전남 교육감께서 환영의 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
Thank you for the welcome message. Kim Dae-jung Reading School was mentioned in his remarks. So with that, I hope that we have more of Hangang, the Nobel laureates. Thank you. Next, I will invite President Kim Dae, 권노갑 of Kim Dae-jung Foundation.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
모처럼 내 고향 목포에
It is a delight to be back
이렇게 만나게 되니까 너무나
in my hometown Mokpo and to have this
건강한 모습 보니까
honor of joining you this morning in this prestigious occasion.
저는 부모님은 경상북도 안동입니다만은
My parents' hometown
양동에
is Andong, but I was born in Yangdong.
루비니 유치원을 다니고
I attended the Rubini preschool
목포에서
and
3년 동안
I have
여자고등학교 세상을 했습니다.
I went to elementary, middle, and high school here in Mokpo, and also taught for 3 years at Mokpo Women's High School. And since then, I have been working alongside President Kim Dae-jung, and can truly say that I owe my entire life, anything that I have done in my life is I owe to Mokpo and the people of Mokpo and JeollaNamdo. So in this regard, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to each and every one of you. Had it not been for the city of Mokpo, Kim Dae-jung would not be remembered as he is today. He too has lived and grew up in this area, has been educated here, and trained himself to become the leader that we know of and we remember of.
7대 국회의원 선거 때
In the 7th National Assembly election, President Kim Dae-jung
훌륭히 국사를 다루고 국회의원으로서 1등 국회의원으로서 활동하고
served his term
대통령은 그 김대중
wonderfully.
대통령의 그 자체에 대해서 두려워했습니다.
And President Park Chung-hee then was already fearful of Kim Dae-jung
7대 선거 때는
being such a brilliant statesman.
몇 명을 떠내줘서 보니까 오직 김대중 하나만 더 드리라고 하면서
So President Park Chung-hee
현재 대통령으로 목포에 와서
ordered
회의를 2번 하고 목포 역전에서 연설을 2번 하고 김대중 국회의원을 떠들이려고
and he did everything in his power to make sure that Kim Dae-jung did not make it to the next National Assembly as a statesman.
밤에 2시에 불을 꺼서 투표함을 바꿔치기까지 하려고 했습니다.
President Park Chung-hee even tried to sabotage the election ballot boxes
5,000명
to
이상이 유달국민학교 앞에서 밤을 새우면서
stop Kim Dae-jung from joining the National Assembly. But we all remember that the people of Mokpo stayed up all night guarding the ballot boxes so that history would not be sabotaged by the dictator.
유달 학교에 와서 밤을 지키고
So it was the power of Mokpo people who guarded those ballot boxes, who guarded democracy, who guarded Kim Dae-jung. And the international press
결국 투표함 바꿔치기 하려고 했으나
also witnessed the
밖에 나와
whole event of Park Chung-hee trying to steal the ballot boxes, the people of Mokpo
항복했습니다.
staging a protest outside the voting
그래서 다시금
area.
10대 국회에서 재선됐고
And through this historic standout,
그리고
Kim Dae-jung was successfully elected to the 7th National Assembly.
지역에서 당선 확보했으나 아깝게도 부산, 대구, 경북에서 표를
And we still remember
구천표 차로 대통령이
that Kim Dae-jung did not make it to become the president then because he did not earn enough votes from Busan, Daegu, and other
이번이
경북
마지막
area.
나도 대통령이다. 더 이상 국회 대통령 않겠다. 이런
President
말을
Park Chung-hee then
결국은
felt very threatened by the power of Kim Dae-jung.
마지막 대통령 선거다. 그렇기 때문에 이번에 꼭 우리가 승리해야 된다. 결국은 박정희 대통령은 대통령
And we
선거를
remember
안 해버리고 결국 헌법을 바꾸고
that Park Chung-hee changed the constitution
한 것입니다.
so that he would be able to hold on to power
김대중 대통령이
eternally.
26년 만에 수평적으로 패가 조건을 해서 대통령 출입.
And 26 years later, President Kim Dae-jung became the rightfully elected president of the Republic of Korea back in 1997. And I can proudly say that during his government, Korea became an IT powerhouse. Korea saw the seed of the strong K culture that we enjoy so much, even to this day. So I have no hesitation to declare, to say that Kim Dae-jung laid the foundation for the Republic of Korea in becoming a very strong democratic country in this international community.
네,
So with
고맙습니다.
that, I would like to
건노갑 김대중 재단 이사장님의 축하의
wrap up my
말씀까지
congratulatory
전해들었습니다.
message in
아무래도 김대중
remembrance of
대통령과
President
역사를
Kim
함께한
Dae-jung.
한 증인이셔서
Thank you very
여러
much,
가지
President
말씀을 더
Kondoga.
해주셨던 것
You have
같습니다.
indeed
자, 이어서
dedicated your
우승희
life
영암
to
군수께서 축사를
work with
해주시겠습니다.
Kim Dae-jung.
군수님을
Thank you very
단상으로
much. So
모시겠습니다.
now we'd
큰
like
박수
to invite
부탁드립니다.
Governor Governor Woo Seung-hee from Yeongham County.
건너갑 이사님께서 워낙 좋은 말씀해 주셔서 제가 한없이
Thank you very much. President Kondoga said such meaningful, shared such a meaningful message with us.
진심으로 환영합니다.
So I would also like to walk in his footsteps and greeting everyone to the Yeongham County. I am delighted to be hosting this Centennial Festival here at Yeongham. Welcome.
대통령에 대한 여러 이야기를 굳이 말씀드리지 않아도 다 잘 아시는 내용이고 특히 오늘
I would not need to go over the important episodes and the overall history of President Kim Dae-jung and the city of Mokpo and Yeongham County to the audience today. Our distinguished VIPs will all remember their individual episodes and their encounters with President Kim Dae-jung.
함께 생각하고 또 이 자리에서 그 지혜를 다시
President Kim Dae-jung
자리가 되지 않을까 싶습니다. 우리 영암군에서
will live with us today as we celebrate his wisdom, his fight for democracy.
대통령 후보 시절에 타고 다니셨던
When President Kim Dae-jung was running for president back in 1997, he used this specific campaign vehicle, and we have the vehicle displayed at Yeongham Public Bus Terminal to celebrate, to commemorate the centennial of his birth. So I would invite you to stop by the Yeongham Public Bus Terminal to see for yourselves the campaign vehicle that he used for the presidential elections. So I always pass by the plaza to look at the vehicle and remind myself
네,
of the
고맙습니다.
wisdom that has been handed
우승희
down by
영암군께서
President
축하의
Kim
말씀
Dae-jung. So thank you.
해주셨습니다.
Thank you very much,
자,
Count,
이번에는 우원식
Governor
국회의장님께서
of
축하의
Yeongnam
메시지를
County. Now we invite
보내주셨는데요. 저희가 영상으로 준비했기 때문에
the National
영상으로
Assembly
함께
leader
보도록
Woo Won-sik,
하겠습니다.
who sent us a greeting via
안녕하십니까.
message.
우원식 국회의장입니다. 김대중 대통령.
Hello everyone, I am Woo Won-sik, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. Congratulations on the centennial of Kim Dae-jung's birth festival. Thanks to JeollaNamdo, JeollaNamdo Education Office, Kim Dae-jung Peace Center, and MBC Mokpo for today's event.
세계 정세가 요동치고
The global situation is turbulent and inter-Korean relations are worsening. The public, the nation concerns and fears are even greater than ever. The border area residents in particular face heightened threat to their safety and livelihoods. This shows peace is a matter of survival beyond ideology. At times like this, President Kim Dae-jung's efforts to improve inter-Korean relations stand out even more. Despite facing many life-threatening situations, he consistently practiced conscious inaction, achieving the first inter-Korean summit in Pyongyang after the country's division. He made the seemingly impossible possible. We must find a way to create and sustain peace through these historical experiences. We need to find a turning point to ease anxiety and tension. In particular, we urgently need measures to manage crisis without worsening the situation. I hope today's event lays the foundation for peace on the Korean Peninsula and that all of you will lead efforts to create a friendly environment for reconciliation and peace in East Asia. Thank you.
네, 바쁘신 국정 업무 때문에 참석은 비록
Due to
못하셨지만
his
이렇게
busy
메시지를
schedule
보내주시네
and the National
다시 한번
Assembly,
감사의 말씀드립니다.
Speaker Woo kindly
이어서
sent
내외
his
퀴즈 추가로
the
몇
video
분 소개를
message.
좀
Now I would like to
해드리겠습니다.
add more of the VIPs to be introduced for us.
운영위원장님
from
참석하셨습니다.
JeollaNamdo
박수로 환영해 주시기
Assembly.
바랍니다. 네, 전남도의회 전경선 의원님 자리해 주셨습니다. 환영의
Mr.
박수
전경성
부탁드립니다.
from JeollaNamdo Assembly.
전남도의회 주종성 의원님 참석하셨습니다. 큰 박수로
주종성
환영해
from
주시기 바랍니다.
JeollaNamdo Assembly.
네, 계속해서 일정상의 이유로 오늘 행사에 직접 참석하진 못했지만 본 행사를 축하하기
And we
위해서
have
해외
a
인사분들과
series of video
재단에서 축하
messages
영상과
from
축전을
those who could not join us in person
영상으로
today.
만나보겠습니다.
Let us meet them
A
through the
century
screen.
has passed since the Nobel Peace Prize laureate of the year 2000 was born. When the Norwegian Nobel Committee announced its decision to award the Nobel Peace Prize for 2000 to Kim Dae-jung, two main reasons were presented. His work for democracy and human rights in South Korea and in East Asia in general, and his search for peace and reconciliation with North Korea in particular. By awarding Kim Dae-jung the Nobel Peace Prize, the Norwegian Nobel Committee hoped to boost a reconciliation process that would eventually bring the Cold War to an end, even in Korea. Hopefully, President Kim's aspirations will one day be fulfilled.
My mother would have wanted very much to be here and to deliver a message to you. But Dae Aung San Suu Kyi is currently a political hostage, held against her will by a military junta that on the 1st of February 2021 imposed a coup across Burma. She and others are kept as prisoners by that unlawful regime. Many others have died. Why is she in prison? For what did those many brave people give up their lives? Because they believe that freedom is a right, not a privilege that can be stripped from them by men with guns. You share these fundamental values. In this celebration of the birth of Kim Dae-jung, you give honor to a man of vision.
Kim and I met first in the spring of 1975, and talking with him for the next 35 years informed me and helped me to inform Amnesty International and Asia Watch, and to write articles and to testify before congressional committees. Our most intense period of contact was during his involuntary exile in the U.S., during which he spent a year at Harvard. As soon as he arrived on December 23, 1982, he promised to return to South Korea to fight for democracy and South-North reconciliation. And with his usual courage, he returned to South Korea on February 8, 1985. Kim Dae-jung played the same kind of role in the establishment of democracy in South Korea that Nelson Mandela played in the ending of apartheid in South Africa. Thank you.
1973年のあの日、キム・デジュン先生の拉致事件が起こりまして、その時初めてキム・デジュンという韓国の民主政治家のことを私は知りました。この方が韓国を困難な条件の中で団結させ、そして民主主義を実現するために働く政治家であり、その方が強権政治によって抹殺されるようなことがあってはならないというふうに思いました。今となってはこの困難な我々が直面している今の困難な政治状況、東北アジアの政治状況の中でキム・デジュン先生のような政治家が我々は持っていないということを非常に残念に思う次第です。先生の生誕100年にあたってそのことを強く思います。
Hello, my name is Bruce Cummings. I then saw him once or twice when he was in exile at Harvard in the early 80s, and I accompanied him back from exile to Kimpo Airport in 1985 with a foreign delegation. As you all know, we were set upon and beat up at the airport, another introduction to Korean politics at that time. And when I was there in the late 80s, he invited me to his house for dinner, just the two of us. And I was amazed because in the Peace Corps, I lived in a middle school teacher's house, a modest place in Sogyodo, west. And he was, of course, in Tongdo, east. And it was very impressive to me that a politician and leader of such stature would still be in a nice but modest house. He was a very interesting politician because he was an out-and-out Machiavellian politician when he had to be. But he knew that once he got power, he could use it for the good. And I think that really is what he did. It got him the Nobel Peace Prize, and it made him, in our minds, a truly great man.
Let me say what a pleasure and honor it is to be asked to say a few words of introduction to this event. He was also one of the first to understand and act upon the implications of the digital revolution as perhaps the core component of the modern age. I agree 100% with the thesis of this forum that the themes of Kim Dae-jung's political philosophy are directly relevant to the huge problems faced by our global civilization today. However, at the same time, we must recognize how profoundly the world has been transformed over the past 2 or 3 decades. This is a period simply of change like none other in prior history, concentrated in what is an amazingly short period of time. It is the subject of a book I'm writing called Off the Edge of History, The World in the 21st Century. We are all in it together. The core changes, all of which are global, are first, as already mentioned, digital interconnection and AI, the latter now in a new and unknown domain with the advent of generative AI. Second, radical changes in geopolitics with the rise of China and Asia more generally. Third, deep transformations in everyday life centered around gender, sexuality, and ethnicity. 4, looming over it all, the threat of humanly induced climate change. So far as climate change is concerned, and many other factors, he was absolutely right. Yet just when it needs unity of purpose, the world appears even more divided than ever. We must build on his legacy.
On the public level, what characterized him? He never gave up. Kim Dae-jung did so not because of stubbornness, of ideological blinders, but because of his conscience and principles. On a personal level, what do I always remember about Kim Dae-jung? His smile, his warm, encouraging, optimistic smile. I'm convinced all of us will do our best not to disappoint him.
네. 여러분이 기억하는 김대중 대통령은 어떤 모습인가요?
How do you remember Kim Dae-jung? He devoted his life for democracy and human rights, and he had the perseverance not to give in any injustice. As we look at the video messages, even though Kim Dae-jung is not with us anymore, however, Kim Dae-jung's spirit is still alive with us.
오늘 개회식에 참석해주신 주요 내외 귀빈 여러분들 모시고 기념 사진 촬영
Now we
진행하도록
will
하겠습니다.
take
주요
a photo
내빈들께서는
together with the VIPs and
무대 위로
distinguished guests.
올라와 주시기 바랍니다. 나오실
Please
때는
come
조심히 올라와
forward to the
주시고요. 또
stage
기념
for
촬영이
photo
끝난
taking
뒤에는
opportunities.
곧바로
After the
기조
photo
강연이
taking,
이어질 예정입니다.
we will start the keynote sessions right
자리에서
away.
사진 촬영하는 시간 동안 조금만 더 기다려 주시면
So,
감사하겠습니다.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience in advance.
네, 김대중 100년 평화 페스티벌에 귀한 걸음을 해주신 주요 내외 귀빈 여러분들의 단체 기념 사진 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 내외 귀빈 여러분들께서는 조심히 단상 앞으로 나와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 아울러 촬영이 끝난 뒤에 곧바로 기조 강연이 시작될 예정이니까요. 참석자들께서는 조금만 기다려주시면 감사하겠습니다.
With us for just a few minutes as we take the commemorative photo.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 저희 기념사진 촬영 끝난 뒤에 곧바로 기조 강연이 이어질 예정입니다. 이곳에서 기조 강연이 진행될 예정이니까요. 참석자분들께서는 자리에서 조금만 더 기다려주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Right after the photo taking, we're gonna start the keynote speech sessions. So please remain seated. Let me repeat, the keynote sessions will be followed right after this photo taking. So thank you for your patience in advance.
네, 개회식이 끝난 뒤에 곧바로 기조 강연을 시작하겠습니다. 사진 촬영 진행된 뒤에 이곳에서 기조 강연 진행될 예정이니까요. 조금만 더 기다려주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 이것으로
Thank you, everyone. This concludes the opening ceremony of our Peace Festival. Now we have two keynote speeches. So we will rearrange the stage for the keynote speech sessions.
네, 기조 강연은 대한민국 100년 김대중
The first keynote speech will be delivered by Executive Director of Kim Dae-jung Peace Center, Kim Sung-jae, and the second keynote speech will be delivered by Janet Japson, CEO at the Desmond and Tutu Legacy Foundation.
네, 그럼 지금부터
So let me begin with the first keynote speech. The title of the speech is the Centenary of Kim Dae-jung and Centenary of Korea. Our keynote speaker is Mr. Kim Sung-jae, the Executive Director of Kim Dae-jung Peace Center.
여러분, 김대중 대통령 탄생
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to commemorate the centennial of Kim Dae-jung and to find a solution to the global crisis. And I welcome to the Kim Dae-jung Peace Festival. My message today is nothing new. My keynote speech will be to set the tone for the subsequent speeches for today. So this is kind of orientation lecture, and I have a little bit uncomfortable with my legs, so I'll be sitting in delivering my message. I seek for your understanding. As you know very well, today the humanity is facing a complex crisis of survival in every country and region of the world. One is U.S.-China, the rivalry over technology and economy. This is a neo-Cold War. And the other is climate crisis. Now the fishing and the agriculture, normally cannot be sustained anymore. And today and yesterday, we saw the heavy rain, drought, the chill spell, and a lot of abnormal weather events are taking place, taking a lot of lives and wreaking havoc. And the other crisis coming from AI. AI has a possibility of human domination and destruction.
그런데 이런 복합적 위기가 우리 대한민국 한반도에 한층 더 가중되고 있는 현실입니다.
These complex crises are adding more risks on the Korean Peninsula.
다 아시는 대로
And as you know very well, the U.S. presidential election is just around the corner. The outcome of the election may add the global crisis depending on the outcome per se. The Kim-Dae-jung Peace Center in JeollaNamdo province held a festival. This festival
군사 독재 등으로 자유를 빼앗기고
the Korea went through a lot of ups and downs like colonization and the Korean War. We want to put an end to all these Korean crises. Actually, all those, the overcoming efforts were coming from Kim Dae-jung. So we want to find a solution, a way out of this Korean crisis from Kim Dae-jung's spirit. That's why we organized this festival. A lot of people already mentioned, and you know too well, that Kim Dae-jung devoted his life to co-prosperity of all humanities, free and win-win. And they win-win co-prosperity of the nature and humanity have been pursued by the President Kim Dae-jung. And Nobel Peace Prize that he won is the very testimony for his life. Now let us think about a new Cold War crisis and path to resolution. The new Cold War crisis between the United States and China is actually a hot war, not a Cold War. Actually, real Cold War was between the United States and the former Soviet Union. And we thought that the Cold War was over as we went into the rapprochement. However, at that time, we had a great concern that the Cold War may be escalated into the hot war, even though we called the situation as a Cold War. However, the third world, Africa, South America, Asia, and Middle East, all those areas are mired in hot war, backed by Russia, China, and the United States. The Middle East war and Pakistan war, and also Afghanistan war by Russia are the very examples of hot war under the name of Cold War, and those wars are bringing about more risks to our life. The pretext of this hot war and Cold War was patriotism and peace. However, behind the scene, there were people who take advantage of this situation. They are the elites and the defense industry and the security forces. Not only those wars sacrificed the people and the enemy state, but also their own people were taken hostage for this war. However, the wars are continuing. In a sense, now I see that the new hot war situation is sustained and continued. Now we know that North Korean troops were dispatched to Ukrainian and Russian war, and we had a grave concern over the situation because it might trigger a security concern between the North and South Koreas. So the crisis is not the story from other country, but our own story. Democracy, human rights, and peace promoted by President Kim Dae-jung are not from Western idea. That they are not the tools for the Western domination. Actually,
그들의 지배적 수단이 되기도 했던
of course, those keywords were used as a tools for the Western domination. And Kim Dae-jung's fight is not only about against the imperialism. Kim Dae-jung's peace, human rights, and democracy were for the poor people, and respect for the human rights and women and the marginalized people. So all those figures and actors have to be enclosed in the society. So this inclusive democracy actually saved Korea from the crisis. In particular, through the human rights guarantee, the poor people were guaranteed for their basic rights. And if they want to learn, they can go to school. And if they are sick, and they can go to the hospital. That was productive welfare policy. And also the supportive but the non-interfering cultural democracy policy allowed the cultural arts, which is K-culture or the Korean wave, which creatively expresses human integrity, virtue, and beauty around the world. And President Kim Dae-jung's win-win inclusive sunshine policy, rather than a hostile security policy, opened the way for North and South Koreans who had been enemies for a half-century of division, but to live as one nation in peaceful coexistence and peaceful exchange. In addition, Korea was able to reconcile with Japan and create an environment for peace, security, and economic community in Northeast Asia and East Asia. In 2024, Professor Robinson of University of Chicago, who was awarded Nobel Prize in Economics for his research on the Korean economy, stated that South Korea has become and continues to be the world's most successful economic model due to its democratization. This process has created broader opportunities and motivation for human creativity and innovation, fostering inclusive institutions not only in industry but also in culture. Although the Robinson does not explicitly mention Kim Dae-jung, it is clear that he was alluding to President Kim Dae-jung, as he was the only Korean president who achieved democratization and implement such inclusive policies. Therefore, we believe the solution to the global new cold and hot wars can be found in President Kim Dae-jung's peaceful coexistence, inclusive democracy, or peaceful exchange and cooperation, and inclusive sunshine policy. Next, we have to think about climate crisis and the way forward. The climate crisis is more urgent than any other crisis. In response to the climate crisis, the international community held the UN Nation Conference on Environment and Development in Rio, Brazil in 1992 under the auspices of United Nations and adopted the Rio Declaration, which is Agenda 21. However, this initiative was not successful. The development has to be stopped in order to put the Agenda 21. So all the countries agreed that they made a consensus over the zero development. However, global South countries argue that if their development remains zero and they will not escape from poverty, and the global North would continue to thrive, so they argued that the global North go to minus degree, while global South should be allowed to go into a plus degree. So all in all, the development degree could be zero. However, this initiative could not under support from the global North.
프랑스 나라에
also
제공하기로 했지만은
the technology
북쪽의 나라
transfer
거기에 대한
was
비용을
also
내도록
proposed, but the global north refused to provide the technology for free to global south. So this was never realized.
유엔 환경 회의에
For instance, and also during the early 1990s, the United States opposed the climate change convention because the regulating carbon dioxide and setting, and also the genetic resource protection were the pretext not to join the climate change convention. And also the principle of forest conservation appeared to be prioritized, however, never be enforced. In Kyoto, there was a second conference, so-called Kyoto Protocol was adopted in 1997. At that time, the world's largest emitter, the United States, withdrew from the agreement, making the Kyoto Protocol entry into the force unclear. And in 2004, another initiative was made. However, it was never enforced as well. And in 2015, Paris Agreement was made. At that time, the carbon dioxide should be regulated not to raise above the level of the Industrial Revolution. In 2016, the Obama administration endorsed the Paris Agreement. However, the President Trump withdrew from it during his first year in office, citing it as an impediment to business activity. President Biden subsequently issued an executive order to rejoin the Paris Agreement after taking office. However, according to U.S. political media Politico, former U.S. President Trump will withdraw from the Paris Agreement again if he wins the presidential election in this month. Previously, Trump criticized the Paris Agreement as a rip-off. And the U.S. oil industry, which opposes Biden's climate policies, is already drafting a proposal not only withdraw from the Paris Agreement, but also from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So the urgency of the climate crisis, which is actually causing massive loss and damage in many parts of the world, has led scientists, artists, and global activists from around the world to form a global team and project that is a Climate Clock. The project and the name of the organization is called Climate Clock. Each year, they set aside a day as Climate Emergency Day to mark the ticking of the climate clock. The climate clock estimates the time remaining before the global average temperature rises by an average of 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level. 1.5 degree rise in global average temperature will cause glaciers to melt and sea levels to cover the planet. This is the very threshold of the climate crisis that experts around the world agree upon. Beyond this point, human efforts and willpower are no longer effective. The Climate Clock as a group announced this year, July 22nd, 2024, this year, has been set as a Climate Emergency Day. The clock ticked down below 5 years or 0 days to 4 years, 364 days. On July 22nd. This means that humanity's remaining time, which had more than 5 years, would now be reduced to the 4-year band. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned that the world has reached a dangerous tipping point, which is the 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level. So, in the worst case scenario, people alive today will see the sea levels rise by several meters directly. Now, the era of global warming is over, and the era of global boiling has begun. He went on to say that our planet is in the middle of dangerous waters. Humanity is standing on thin ice. Scientists are telling us that the current rate of sea level rise is faster than at any time in the last 3,000 years, and will more than double since 1990s. As global temperature rises, glaciers melt. Humanity will not only be able to live normally, but may even perish due to rising sea levels, global warming, water supply problems, ocean circulation changes, geographical changes, natural disasters and catastrophes, as well as changes in ecosystem, loss of biodiversity, and new diseases caused by the activation of ancient viruses. President Kim Dae-jung early on advocated cosmo democracy, which means beyond the human-centered worldview of conquering and owning the nature, the right of natural life to survive must also be guaranteed and respected. We must find a solution to climate crisis from ecological worldview of President Kim Dae-jung, which is cosmopolitan democracy and nature and human beings as living organisms. Now let me talk about AI crisis and the way forward. AI was developed for the convenience of humanity. However, due to the technological competition, now we are faced with the AI crisis, as the AI may dominate the humanity. The Jampolsky, professor of Louisville University, predicted that 99.9% chance is predicted for AI will destroy humanity within 100 years. Of course, some people argue that this prediction is too pessimistic. However, Professor Jampolsky argues that the complete control over AI is almost impossible. So therefore, safety concerns are bound to arise. And situation can be worse if there is artificial general intelligence emerges. And he also said we cannot predict what the smarter than human system will do. He continues, AGIs will find things that we don't even know exist yet. He predicts one of three scenarios will play out for humanity. Either AI kill us all, or it will make us all suffer so much so we'd rather die, or humans will lose their purpose or hopes together. The Jampolsky's loss of purpose is one that many experts have pointed to as a possible outcome, as AI will take over human creativity and jobs, making it no longer worthwhile for humans to exist. Jampolsky is not alone in this grave concern. The former and current employees of OpenAI and Google have also issued statements expressing concern. They said, we recognize the serious danger posed by AI technologies, from deepening existence inequalities to manipulation, misinformation, and loss of control of autonomous AI systems that could potentially lead to extinction of a human race. So we have to brace for that. The Pope Francis said at the start of the 2024 New Year, unquote, I pray that we the rapid development of forms of artificial intelligence will not only increase the instances of inequality and injustice that exist in the world today, but will help to put an end to wars and conflicts and alleviate the various forms of suffering that afflict our human family. And also the AI should be used to bring important innovations to agriculture, education, culture, and used to raise the standard of living of all nations and people. The Pope also said that the digital technologies have to be expand the possibilities of human better capacity of human beings. And he expressed the concern that AI may be adopted in weapons. So he urged the world have to come up with international agreement to control AI development. In particular, in regulating AI, he said that all the voices of all stakeholders, including the poor, migrants, and those who are often excluded from international decision-making process, have to be heard. And we must be vigilant to ensure that new AI technologies do not allow logics of violence and discrimination to take root at the expense of most vulnerable and marginalized. And he concluded, I pray that the rapid development of artificial intelligence will not increase the instances of inequality and injustice that exist in the world today, but will help us to put an end to wars and conflict and alleviate various forms of suffering that afflict our human family. President Kim Dae-jung said, as he pushes through the IT and digitalization policies, the 21st century is an era of rapid development in wealth as well as knowledge and information. At the same time, the information age is to see deepening disparities in wealth and widening gap between the rich and poor, not only within the country but between countries. So the digital gap has to be bridged out of the underprivileged and the developing countries. So IT development and digitalization should become an enabling technology for all. That's what President Kim Dae-jung emphasized. President Kim Dae-jung's perception of IT and digitalization is actually in line with the Pope's perception of the problems and solutions to AI. As a conclusion, as we reviewed previously, the solution to the complex crisis humanity currently faces cannot be resolved through the actions of an individual. If fail to addressing all the situations, the humanity is destined to extinction. However, there are some people who take advantage of the situation for their benefits. So all these problems cannot be solved at the individual level. However, we know that the safeguarding of life is important, and the love for humanity and nature, and President Kim Dae-jung's vision and faith, and his insights and ecological worldview of new civilization and dedication, all these will be sources of our hope. The complex crisis that we are facing did not arise from a lack of experts or specialized knowledge, rather from political and economic situations. But if we have very mature perception and awareness, we may find the solution. So as participants in this festival, we must draw inspiration and wisdom from Kim Dae-jung and become beacon of hope for humanity and the earth. Thank you for your attention.
김성재 상임이사님께 다시 한번 큰 박수
Ladies and gentlemen,
보내주시면
another big round of
감사하겠습니다.
applause to Executive
인간은
Director
정말
Kim
강하고도
Sung-jae.
또 약한 존재이기 때문에
Humanity is
혼자
strong
해낼 수
as
있는
well
건
as weak,
사실 많지
so nothing can be done at the
하지만 힘을
individual
모았을 때
level.
우리가
However,
많은 것들을
if
해내는
we
것을
collect our
우리는 잘
wisdom
알고
inside,
있는데요.
we can
전문 지식이
achieve
없어서가
many
아니라
things.
또 분열과
It's
갈등
not
때문에
about
많은
a
문제가
lack of
발생하는
experts,
만큼
but also
오늘 이
the
평화
conflict
페스티벌이 앞으로 희망을
raises a lot
이야기하는
of
자리가 되기를
problems. I hope
바라겠습니다.
today's and tomorrow's
자,
event will be
이렇게
the
기존
fora
강연 첫
for
번째
discussion
대한민국
of
100년,
hope.
김대중 100년이라는 주제로 문을 열었고요. 다음
was
두
the
번째
very
기조
first
강연을
keynote speech.
준비하도록 하겠습니다. 이어서
Now we would like
데스몬드
to
레아
invite
투투
our second
재단의
keynote
자넷
speaker,
잡슨 CEO께서
CEO Janet Japson
인류와
from the
자연의
Desmond
평화적
and Leah Tutu
공생이라는 주제로
Legacy
말씀을
Foundations. She will
해주시겠습니다.
be delivering
자넷
a
잡슨
speech titled
CEO님 무대 위로
Reconciliation and
모시도록
Peace, the
하겠습니다.
legacy of
Please
Archbishop
welcome
Desmond
CEO
Tutu
자넷 잡슨
and the
to the stage.
Confrontations for Korea on the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival. So please welcome her up to the stage with a round of applause. Round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. There are many, many important dignitaries in the room today, and so we have a saying in South Africa, all protocol observed. So I will use that saying to say, all protocol observed. It is such an honor to be with you, and to be with you in particular in celebration of this incredible, incredible leader, Kim Dae-jung, a leader both for South Korea as well as a leader for the world. I feel particularly honored to be presenting this keynote also on the 40th anniversary of Archbishop Desmond Tutu being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. That they were both Nobel Peace Prize laureates is just one of the many ways that I can see reflections between the stories and the impacts of these two great leaders. This is my second visit to South Korea, and it is a country that has ever closer ties with South Africa. Many of our young people, including many of my friends, have experienced this incredible country and culture through coming to teach English here. But there are also many ties between our country's stories, stories of division, of conflict, and of deep pain, and stories of building new societies out of that pain. I've been struck by the ways in which countries that have experienced colonialism and conflict often have to find a way to reimagine our societies. At the Desmond and Leah Tutu Legacy Foundation, we think that reimagination is one of the key lessons Archbishop Tutu taught us. Throughout his life and his activism against apartheid, Desmond Tutu was convinced that injustice would end, that people would be free, that we as South Africans could be what he called the Rainbow Nation, a place of inspiring multicultural diversity rather than violent separation. And often now, 30 years into our democracy, young people feel somewhat cynical about the idea of the Rainbow Nation. When he declared us the new people of a new nation, Tutu was standing in front of a crowd of 30,000 protesters on the streets of Cape Town in 1989. The march was unique because it was multiracial, multi-faith, and brought together Cape Townians from across the divisions of the city. In that moment, the idea of a rainbow nation was radical, a complete defiance of the logic of apartheid separation. In a sense, Tutu was really imagining who we could become together. I'm struck by the incredible commitment of Kim Dae-jung to also reimagining inter-Korean relationships, to reimagining democracy here in South Korea, to step out beyond the status quo, to refute the logic of animosity and division, takes an incredible capacity to dream and then to hold on to those dreams. I was so moved in particular by this reflection from Kim Dae-jung in his Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech, which feels so resonant with the legacy of Desmond Tutu. He said, in 1980, I was sentenced to death by the military regime. For 6 months in prison, I awaited the execution day. Often, I shuddered with fear of death. But I would find calm in the fact of history that justice ultimately prevails. Today in South Africa, we miss the certainty of Archbishop Tutu's voice, his absolute conviction that we would ultimately become a society embodied by justice. Kim Dae-jung made that powerful point that democratic and economic development go hand in hand. The greatest threat to South Africa's democracy now is the reality of our economic situation. 60% of our young people are unemployed. White people continue to earn and own vastly more wealth than Black South Africans, and the life outcomes of people are still largely determined by their economic situation, linked to centuries of racial oppression. Despite these continuing challenges, it is crucial that we do not give in to despair. As Tutu said to us, despair can come from deep grief, but it can also be a defense against the risks of bitter disappointment and shattering heartbreak. Resignation and cynicism are easier. They're more self-soothing postures that do not require the raw vulnerability and the tragic risk of hope. To choose hope is to step firmly forward into the howling wind, bearing one's chest to the elements, knowing that in time, the storm will pass. Tutu believed that there was no one and nothing that could not be transfigured. As he said, there is no tyrant who can resist us, no oppression that cannot be ended, no hunger that cannot be fed, no wound that cannot be healed, no hatred that cannot be turned to love, and no dream that cannot be fulfilled. This certainty was a powerful force in the face of the brutality of the apartheid regime. It was a force that spurred him on in mobilizing the international boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaigns against South Africa, which was so crucial in our ultimate liberation and move to democracy. Learning about Kim Dae-jung's incredible legacy, I feel that same sense of deep certainty that he had. A sense that what seemed impossible to so many, a positive relationship, a real engagement between the two careers, could be just around the corner. But for these dreams to be made real, it requires significant investment in building our human relationships. Archbishop Tutu is probably best known for his work on reconciliation in South Africa. He became our guide through the challenging process of coming to terms with our painful, violent history and the scars of our division. At the heart of this work of reconciliation was a deep understanding of our common humanity. We call it Ubuntu. It's a word that's hard to fully translate, but comes from a phrase that a person is a person through other people. A recognition that our fates are ultimately tied up with one another. In South Africa, this meant a recognition that the liberation of Black South Africans would ultimately liberate white South Africans too. Tutu said, if we could but recognize our common humanity, that we do belong together, that our destinies are bound up with one another, that we can only be free together, that we can survive only together, that we can be human only together, then a glorious South Africa will have come into being, where all of us live harmoniously together as members of one family. But to recognize our common humanity requires us to do the very, very hard work of trying to find each other, and to keep on trying and trying and trying. Importantly, reconciliation must not paper over the deep wounds we carry. As Tutu pointed out, true reconciliation exposes the awfulness, the abuse, the hurt, the truth. It could sometimes even make things worse. It's a risky undertaking, but in the end it is worthwhile, because in the end, only an honest confrontation with reality can bring healing. It was ultimately the genius of the negotiations process for our democracy in South Africa that led to the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, chaired by Archbishop Tutu. In his first address to the commissioners, the Arch noted, "We have seen a miracle unfold before our very eyes. The world has marveled as South Africans, all South Africans, have won the spectacular victory over injustice, oppression, and evil. The miracle must endure. Freedom and justice must become realities for all our people. And we have the privilege of helping to heal the hurts of the past, to transcend the alienations and the hostilities of that past, so we can close the door on that past and concentrate on the present and our glorious future." The Truth and Reconciliation Commission had a mandate to investigate and uncover the violations of the apartheid years, to create a space for victims to share their stories, and to determine conditional amnesty for perpetrators. The key criteria for that amnesty were that the crime must have been politically motivated and the perpetrator must make full disclosure. Where one of these elements was missing, amnesty would be denied. At the heart of this approach was the pursuit of a restorative justice rather than a retributive one. It was a pursuit of Ubuntu, a pursuit of healing the breaches, of redressing imbalances and restoring broken relationships. In this kind of justice, we're seeking to rehabilitate both the victim and the perpetrator. So it was that in South Africa in the 1990s, every day on television, we broadcast the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearings. The nation bore witness to the pain, the torture, the murders and disappearances, the deep, deep violence of our history. And in sharing their stories, victims were transformed from being a nameless, faceless mass to being full, individual human beings with worth and dignity. Tutu said now they would be able to tell their stories, they would remember, and in remembering would be acknowledged to be persons with an inalienable personhood. The power of this witnessing of people's stories was incredibly powerfully captured by one victim. He said, "When I was tortured at John Foster Square, my tormentors sneered at me, 'You can shout your lungs out, nobody will ever hear you.' But now, after all these years, people are hearing me." This understanding that reconciliation lay at the doorstep of truth, that we must confront our woundedness, was absolutely central to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I know that there is deep pain here in the Korean Peninsula, and I'm only just beginning to learn of the trauma of families separated, the pain of long-lasting division and military dictatorship, the wounds of colonialism and conflict, and the pain of ongoing animosity. It takes deep work to remain fully human with each other when all of the external forces are pressuring us towards division. I was struck by how simple and how powerful Kim Dae-jung's words were to the North Korean people when he visited Pyongyang. He said, "I came here because I wanted to see you." To see each other and to be seen is fundamental to building peace. It's why cultural collaborations are so powerful. We can give voice to the experience of seeing each other. In South Africa, we have 12 official languages, and in one of them, Zulu, to say hello, we say, "Sawubona," I see you. I'm often confronted by the legacy of Archbishop Tutu because he had such moral clarity and moral courage. One of his most famous quotes is that to make peace, you don't speak to your friends, you speak to your enemies. Kim Dae-jung made an enormous contribution to peace in the region through understanding and acting on this simple fact. As we look around us at a world filled with violent conflict and oppression, with our societies becoming more and more polarized, it feels more urgent than ever that we try to find each other across our lines of division, that we do the hard work of speaking to our enemies. If we've learned from Desmond Tutu of the importance of reimagining our societies and of reconciliation across lines of division and pain, there is one more key lesson his legacy provides. Crucially, he understood that for reimagining and reconciling to take place, we had to have a deep commitment to repair. On the simplest level, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission put forward a plan for reparations for victims of gross human rights violations, for symbolic reparations, and for social justice. This included a proposal, which was never followed through, of a wealth tax, for instance, to accelerate the development of communities that had been so deeply underinvested in for generations. For the last 30 years of our democracy in South Africa, we have continued to strive for this repair, seeking to shift the dynamics of exclusion and oppression that have defined our society for so long. I'm struck that throughout his life, Desmond Tutu showed an incredible commitment to universal human, social, and ecological justice. I was just recently reading a speech of his from 1980 in which he spends the first 2 paragraphs, and this at the height of apartheid, speaking about the importance of protecting the environment, about the impact of fossil fuels, and about the changes to our biosphere that were coming down the track. He also understood the importance of gender equality As Archbishop, one of his key priorities was to get the church to ordain women as priests. Tutu was a passionate activist for equality of sexual orientation and gender identities, making a significant contribution to ensuring the inclusion of these rights in South Africa's new constitution. It is unusual for a leader to be so wide-ranging in their activism, and it is probably part of the space he had as a church leader rather than a political leader to take forward these struggles for justice on a number of fronts. But I'm struck learning about Kim Dae-jung that he too was an activist on so many different fronts of society. Someone who made an impact on the economic, the democratic, the human rights, and the peace realities of this part of the world. A commitment to universal human rights, cherishing and respecting the full humanity of every person, is something that must underpin all of our work towards peace and reconciliation. For this commitment to truly feel real, it must ensure that the work of repairing injustice and inequality takes place. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearings took place over just a short 2-year period. And while 22,000 people who testified were ultimately identified as victims of gross human rights violations, this is just the tip of the iceberg. For so many, the wounds remained deep and unspoken. And for many, there has not been enough work to truly repair the damage done, to continue to bear witness to these stories. Repairing the damage done by colonialism, apartheid, and division is fundamental to our ability to heal and to find each other. I'm struck by Kim Dae-jung's ability to see that the work of repair between the peoples of the two Koreas was fundamental to peace and ultimately to mutual security. It is in the meeting, in the collaboration on economic and cultural ventures, in the truly seeing each other and taking actions that we will be able to secure peace. It is this emphasis on repair that is important in all conflicts. In our work at the Tutu Legacy Foundation, we speak often of seeking the courage for societal healing. The idea that the deep roots of transformation lie in the work of healing from the wounds of discrimination, oppression, and inequality. As I've outlined this morning, we think that societal healing requires 3 things of us. It requires us to reconcile. And at the heart of reconciliation is the deep belief that ultimately we are all connected, a deep belief in Ubuntu. The implication of Ubuntu is that our fates are tied up together. In dehumanizing you, I dehumanize myself, and in your liberation, I am liberated too. To reconcile is to accept the fact of our shared humanity and to do the very hard work of keeping on trying to find each other across the divides that have defined us, often for generations. Secondly, we must repair what damage has been done. Without changing the realities of exclusion and injustice, we will not be able to heal and find peace. And finally, we must reimagine our societies. It is one of the great gifts of Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela and of Kim Dae-jung was their capacity to reimagine our societies and then create the conditions for all of the rest of us to believe it. In many ways, this work of reconciliation, repair, and reimagination is a conversation between the past, the present, and the future. If we can reconcile, repair, and reimagine our societies, then we can create the conditions for deep healing and deep peace that we are yearning for as a nation and as a world. There are many, many successes in the South African story, that we negotiated our way to democracy, that we have strong and enduring democratic institutions, that we have a mature political landscape in which we have now just seen in this year's elections that the party which governed for 30 years lost its majority without any challenge to our democratic systems. For all the cynicism that people may carry, as a nation, South Africa continues to strive for peace, for justice, and for freedom. To lead our societies towards peace requires of us a deep ability to connect to our shared common humanity. It is to insist, even in the face of political division and polarization, on our interconnectedness. It is to understand that inevitably our fates are tied up with one another. South Africa's journey of reconciliation is ongoing, and it's a journey we continue to take seriously. It is perhaps one that will never reach a final conclusion. But that is the work of our societies, to keep on trying to find each other, to keep on trying to find each other in conditions of polarization, oppression, conflict, and division, to keep on trying and trying and trying. It strikes me that this is what Kim Dae-jung was doing so powerfully. It is in the pursuit that we ultimately find our shared humanity and shared freedoms. In the striving, we echo much of what Kim Dae-jung stood for: a deep commitment to transformation, an example of profound and visionary leadership, and an ability to bring to life a vision of peace, connection, and ultimately our shared humanity. Thank you so much for the opportunity and the honor to be with you as we celebrate this incredible figure and his contribution to the Korean Peninsula and to the world. 감사합니다.
네, 기조 강연을 해주신 자넷 잡슨 CEO께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 사우보나라는 인사를 이야기해
Yes, she introduced the greeting of Saobona, literally meaning I see you, representing the importance of our efforts trying to continue to see each other. And we must work together to bring justice to practice, which strongly is in connection with the spirit and the teachings of President Kim Dae-jung as well. So with that, we would like to wrap up our keynote session. Now we would move on to the luncheon. We kindly ask for your understanding as we invite the guests, the VIPs, to move first to the restaurant. And then we ask that the rest of the audience also move to the lunch place. So please refer to the lunch vouchers that has been handed out to you for the location of the restaurant. So once again, we kindly ask that you give some time for our invited VIPs to move to the restroom, the lunch venue first. And we will altogether resume at 1:30 for our afternoon session. We have some very interesting sessions prepared for our afternoon sessions as well, to be delivered by Professor Oliver Richmond from Manchester University, as well as Dr. Kim Myung-ja, who is the chairperson of KAIST. We have some very important people joining us for the discussion session as well, so please join us again after lunch. Thank you very much.
행동하지 않는 양심은 올림픽 대회를 개최하는 것을 선언합니다.
네, 여러분.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, we would like to resume the special session of the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival. We kindly ask that all the participants come inside and take your seats.
감사하겠습니다. 그럼
And also please remember to turn your cellular phones onto silent mode. We will begin momentarily.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Yes, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed lunch. So this is day one of the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival. I am Yeon-Bin-na, the moderator for today's program.
네, 김대중 100년 평화 페스티벌 오후 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 첫 번째 특별 강연은 미국, 중국, 러시아의 대결과 세계 평화의 기회이라는 주제로 열립니다.
Professor Oliver Richmond, and he'll be speaking under the title of Navigating the Confrontation among the US, China, Russia, Exploring Pathways to Global Peace. The session will be moderated by Dr. Kak-sun of the Kim Dae-jung Academy. So please welcome both the moderator and the speaker to the stage with a big applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first special speech session of this very historic event, Peace Festival, celebrating the centennial of the birth of President Kim Dae-jung. This session will be dealing with peace in a transitional international order, navigating confrontations among the US, China, and Russia by exploring pathways to global peace. We've invited Dr. Oliver Richmond, Professor of Politics at the University of Manchester, UK, as the speaker for this session. Oliver, it's always more difficult to travel eastward than travel westward. So you flew to Korea from London, flying eastward, and I hope you will not be too much jet-lagged at the moment. You okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I've had a good sleep.
I think he has already overcome much of the jet lag. And let me introduce Professor Oliver Richmond. We are truly honored to have you for this session. And Professor Oliver Richmond is a world-renowned, prominent scholar in the field of international relations, peace and conflict studies. He received an Eminent Scholar Award from the International Studies Association, which is a community of scholars dedicated to international studies worldwide. He has worked with many international actors, especially with the United Nations and the civil society organizations around the world, and also conducted many studies on peace building and peacekeeping and peace of Timor-Leste, East Timor formerly, and Sri Lanka, Cyprus, Bosnia, Kosovo, and Colombia. This means that he's basically covering, and he studied the whole world in an effort to understand peace and conflict resolution. He has published many important books well known to the students of international relations, theories and international politics and peace studies. The Grand Design, Peace in the 21st Century, and Peace in International Relations, Peace Formation and Political Order in Conflict-Affected Society, and Failed State Building, Intervention and State and Dynamics of Peace Formation, and a very short introduction to peace. All these works are very well known to the scholars who are studying in this area, and again, I appreciate your participation out of your busy schedule. I originally intended to introduce more details about him, but because time is running out, let me just stop there. And so let me have some housework for how to manage this. Actually, about 50 minutes are left for this session. So, Oliver, you can speak probably 30 to 35 minutes. If you want to speak, just here, or if you want to go to the podium, and as you please. And after that, we will have maybe 10 to 15 minutes of question and answer period. After that, I will wrap it up. Thank you so much, Oliver, again, for coming here. Please.
Well, good afternoon. I hope everyone's had a nice lunch and is ready to listen to some complex and convoluted theoretical propositions about peace. I'll do my best to keep it as simple as possible. It's a great honor for me to do this presentation and to be here. Thank you very much to the Center and the Foundation for inviting me. And I'm going to take the opportunity to talk about the evolution of peace as a concept and a practice, and what this means in the contemporary transitional international order. I start with quite a famous painting, just to show that peace is something which has long been on our minds, both in academia, in the arts, across cultures and societies, and of course in statecraft and in international politics. This is a painting by Lorenzetti, kind of early Enlightenment depiction of what peace means. It's in Siena, a beautiful town in Tuscany, a fresco on a wall in a building there. And what we see from this painting is a very pleasant-looking Italian city, a Renaissance city, which is in great shape, is developing, there are happy people, and daily life is being lived in a very pleasant way. On the other hand, and this one is not quite so clear because it's damaged, Lorenzetti also gave us another version of the same painting. This one shows the same city which has been affected by war. This is a city in which you can see death and the dying in the streets and the destruction of the built environment. What's happening in these two paintings is indicative of a very long-standing debate in societies, in politics, and in academia about the nature of peace, its evolution, and how this links to political orders, whether local political orders at state level or at the international level. And in the previous painting, we see what Lorenzetti describes as the effects of good government on a city: prosperity, happiness, public buildings, institutions, orderliness, cleanliness, progress. And in this painting, we see the effects of bad government on a city. So this is, if you like, the extension of a very long global debate about how you make peace and how peace links to political order. And the fulcrum of that debate is about government. How does one govern the world? How does one govern the state and local communities in ways which prevent the morbidities of war from taking over and destroying progress? So what is a better or best form of government for peace to occur? And I think this is a debate which takes us all the way through political philosophy, history, political theory, and practice. You know, a long time ago, Cicero said that war's a pretty easy thing to make. Peace is very difficult because of its complexity. So what does that mean for us today in this transitional international order? Well, since the end of World War II and through most of the 20th century, we saw the consolidation of the political philosophy of liberalism and the idea of liberal peace, a sort of Kantian, Lockean idea, that peace comes through democracy, rights, hospitality to strangers, and trade, which lead to prosperity, economic and technological advancement, and constitutional design. That is, the state designs legal frameworks to govern these morbidities that lead to violence and war, to remove them from the public sphere, and to create space and platforms for conversations, discussions, contact, debates, discourse, law, and advancement in a range of areas, from the arts to the science and technology. And I think you'll be thinking to yourselves, well, this reflects very much what we've been hearing this morning in this centennial celebration of the life of your former president and Nobel laureate. So this was the liberal moment, if you like. It was based on these theories about democratic peace and a kind of idea that democracies don't tend to fight each other because citizens realize that they bear the brunt of war, but also that democracies tend to build international institutions in order to advance the conditions in which people live globally, as well as to prevent war and to deal with global challenges. So all of this said, one would expect that through the 20th century and by the end of the Cold War, this so-called liberal international order would have seen great successes in bringing to an end conflicts around the world. And I think on balance, it did. You know, from South Africa through to many conflicts in sub-Saharan Africa, although many remain outstanding, Cambodia, Timor-Leste, Northern Ireland, Bosnia, Kosovo, Colombia, and so on, many peace processes and settlements have been designed around this liberal logic that one needs to address the constitutional framework of a state, to check and balance power, to give the people a voice in order for them to be able to choose and express their political objectives, in order to navigate around systems of hierarchy, privilege, violence, discrimination, inequality, and unsustainability. You know, we saw major advances around the world after 1990. Many conflicts became more open to contact and discourse and settlement. However, many of them also got stuck in stalemates, which involved signed agreements, but limited implementation of those peace agreements. And I think probably the most infamous of those currently point us to the Minsk agreements in the Ukraine conflict, agreements which were made but never implemented and led to the current war. The lack of implementation led to the current war. Of course, we must also note that this liberal international order was very much centered upon the interests of the global north. And behind that were the experiences of colonialism, imperialism, the Industrial Revolution, and global inequality, its consolidation, and the inability to address deep-seated injustices and inequalities in that historical period. And yet, I think it's probably true to say that for the first time in human history, giant steps were being made all around the world, not least, as we heard earlier, in South Africa. And yet, the liberal peace of the last 80 years was very firmly based on two key American victories, one in World War II and the other in the Cold War, one military and the other ideological. So underpinning this liberal international order and the liberal peace was a kind of modernized understanding of a victor's peace. There are many moments in that historical evolution where the subjects, the recipients of peacemaking, whether it was Germany and Japan, Italy, or whether it was later during those Cold War conflicts, for example, here in the Korean Peninsula, in Vietnam, and then later in those post-Cold War peace settlements from Cambodia to Colombia and onwards to Ukraine, where the parameters of the peace settlement was designed before negotiations or mediation ever took place. So what the liberal peace did was it gave us a sense of how peace would be made, what its parameters would be, and really conflict disputants around the world were just more or less expected to internalize that system and to sign up to it. Now this created a kind of ideological and political vacuum which we're seeing at play now in this transitional international order. We're seeing that it has led to resurgent challenges against the liberal international order. Some of them may be post-liberal in the sense that they point to new developments, innovations in peacemaking, improvements, more justice and equity in that system, more sustainability. But others point backwards to that 19th century world of imperialism, balance of power politics, states-based political interests, and so on and so forth. I think the one key point to keep in mind about this liberal peace era that we've experienced so recently has been the flowering across so many disciplinary areas, from technology to the arts, in society, global social network, civil society, advocacy, rights, and law. The liberal peace was a platform for enormous improvements, not least in development settings. And yet, we're faced now with a whole series of problems in the liberal international order. It seemed to be not representative enough. It seemed to be not fair enough, not to be concerned with justice enough. And so we're seeing a competitor system emerge. And this competitor system we can call the authoritarian international order. Now, this is a bit black and white. I'm not saying that there is a direct competition, intellectual and policy competition, between the liberal international order and the authoritarian international order. But just for the sake of argument, I think it's useful to look at this alternative. So, an authoritarian international order, as opposed to the liberal international order, validates centralized power, authoritarianism, territorial exclusion, social hierarchy. It has common ground with the liberal international order in its interest in technological, scientific, and economic systems. But there are acute differences when it comes to questions of justice, distributive justice, that is equality, historical justice, that is dealing with historic violence, historic injustices, and finding ways for restitution in those cases. It doesn't have the same interest in global cooperation. It divides the globe up into regional blocks and sees these regional blocks as locked-in competition, whether territorial resource or technology or military competitions. Now, the net result of the advent of this authoritarian international order has been to challenge and begin to break down the hegemony, the dominance of the liberal international order. And this has had a knock-on effect in many peace processes around the world. A common pattern, I think, we've seen in many peace processes, particularly over the last 20 years, since 9/11, the war on terror, has been that agreements are signed but not implemented, that rights ambitions for those agreements are watered down, that ambitions for development and for dealing with questions of inequality are sidestepped, and that wider questions of justice and sustainability are rejected. And both the liberal international order, the UN system, the development system, the international humanitarian system, and the global network of NGOs has been pushed back, has watered down its claims for peacemaking, and the authoritarian international order has begun to step up its challenge to many of those components. So we're seeing a kind of retrenchment in this great power transition in international order, and I think this has had a major impact on the potential for peacemaking. As opposed to the dynamism and the potential that we heard about this morning, for which your former president was awarded the Nobel Prize, what we're seeing now is a closing down of the space for civil society, for state reform, and for international institutionalization, whether that's economic, technological, trade, rights, or international law-based. And this is having a big impact on one of the major findings of scholarship in this field over the last 30 or so years, from the work of scholars like Jean-Paul Liederac to a newer generation of scholars like myself. There has been a strong consensus that the peacemaking processes, peace building and development processes, since that early post-war period and right through to the post-Cold War period, were not locally owned, were not contextually sensitized, were not closely connected with justice, but tended to be connected with power and victory, and therefore were not able to capitalize on the platform the liberal international order provided. As peacemaking became more and more localized and contextualized and more inclusive, it also was perhaps less and less able to deal with some of these big, great power contests, the ideological contests that we saw happening and we see happening again. So we've seen, for example, President Modi's retrenchment, Prime Minister Modi's retrenchment in India in the context of Kashmir. We've seen the way in which President Putin of Russia has used the Ukraine war to consolidate a preference for geopolitical balance of power politics over human rights and democracy. We've seen acute internal divisions over the current Gaza war, and also arguments about the hypocrisy of the West and the East vis-à-vis their contrasting positions on both Ukraine and that war. Many of these claims of hypocrisy have been directed at the West and the global North, and many of them point to US conduct in the Iraq war, perhaps even behind that conduct in the much earlier Vietnam War. And what this means, I think, for this major advance in peacemaking and peace building, which is to shift it into more localized contexts, more humane contexts, is that those doors are closed. And peace is shifted away from these great questions of civil society and government, how we are governed, and how different layers of government from the local, the state, and the international deal with our global problems. And we end up with a very crude version of peace in this authoritarian international order, the putative international order that seems to be emerging. One which is connected to, for example, in the case of Russia's dealings with Syria and President Assad, his geopolitical preferences, his readings of domestic power relations, and a tendency for peace to be made by siding with power, by siding with the most powerful actors in a conflict. So this is a reiteration of the victor's peace, if you like. And it's dragging us away from the scholarship and the science and much of the policy work that was done that was trying to create a more contractual form of peace, which connected ordinary people in their daily and everyday lives with the practices of politics at the state and the international level. We can see this, I'll move on, in the context of the great powers of the day and their various responses to the growth of conflicts, the numbers of conflicts which have expanded enormously in the last 10 or 15 years. And they are thinking about peacemaking, but they're not thinking about it in the way in which the liberal international order thought about it, in terms of rights and democracy, development and the rule of law, and so on. So, for example, President Xi of China, looking at the war in Ukraine and the opposition between the West and Russia, and some in the global south too, amongst the BRICS states, for example, has come up with some new rules, which are essentially rules for peacemaking. Now, peacemaking is being translated into neutrality. This is quite different to a human rights approach, which sides with the conflict-affected subject and wants that subject to be validated, heard, authorized, and have their political claims be dealt with. He says there are three principles, really, of neutrality for peacemaking in this new world order, this authoritarian international order. No spillover from the battlefield, no escalation in fighting, and no adding oil to the fire by relevant parties or interested parties. This takes us back to the 19th century again. This is containment strategies in which you throw a cordon sanitaire around conflicts. You try to prevent them from escaping, but you don't deal with the deep-rooted conflict issues of the particular conflict. So I see this as a major step back from liberal peace building, liberal peacemaking, the liberal international order, and the liberal peace in general. So we have a number of different possibilities then for thinking about how to get beyond this contest between the liberal international order and an authoritarian international order that seems to be developing. You know, we have the lesson of the European Union, one which has been drawn and learnt from around the world. Attempts to regionalize, to build regional systems below the UN system. The UN can delegate, regional organizations can feed up to help in the government of the world in ways which are more peaceful. And don't forget, the point of peacemaking, ultimately, is to remove violence from political practice. So the utility of violence is no longer a tool in politics. And instead you have discourse, contact, unpacking power relations and hierarchies and finding ways to deal with them, ways which connect with global justice. And I think there are a lot of spaces here for what we can call emancipatory developments in peacemaking. So you have that regionalization aspect. You also have the alternative formulations of interest groups around the world. For example, the BRICS. Although we wonder which way the BRICS are going, some seem to be shifting towards the AIO, the Authoritarian International Order. Others are staying in the LIO, and some are stepping outside of both, looking for alternative forms of international order. And again, across these debates, there are contestations about rights, democracy, law, development, justice, and its integral nature for peace, or whether or not peace just revolves around neutrality, but war is a reserve function of states and regional blocs. So I think a key question here for us, as scholars, policymakers, practitioners, and so on, is to think about how we shift peace in the future away from its connection to victor's peace, which has been its longest standing historical practice, and more towards what Lorenzetti depicted in this artwork that I showed earlier. I think he was thinking about justice. And in the first painting in particular, about the effects of good government, you could see the many different aspects of justice, from society to public infrastructure, across the arts, and so on. Today we'll be talking about global justice. So peace with global justice, which would mean unpacking historical injustices in order to make a peace settlement stick. It would mean dealing with distributive questions. That means closing inequality gaps in societies and across the world, a global problem, a global project. And it would also mean dealing with global gender inequalities. It would mean dealing with questions of environmental unsustainability, which feeds into the international political economy that we currently operate under. Remember, I said this is the one common area between the LIO and the AIO. They agree on the global political economy. Many critical policy advocates and scholars disagree on the nature of the global political economy, while agreeing on the need for the other forms of justice. So I think we're starting to see a third position emerging, outside of the liberal international order, outside of this putative authoritarian international order. Many of the new developments that we see coming from, for example, China and Russia, where they claim to be redefining peacekeeping and mediation, are actually regressions. They take us back to older systems of peacekeeping and mediation, as well as development. We've had some new developments from the Gulf states, Qatar, Dubai, and so on, and also from countries like Turkey, which are kind of straddling the East and the West, thinking about new forms of diplomacy, multi-mediation, complex forms of mediation for dealing with conflicts, which means activating civil, social, state, and international actors at the same time to deal with conflicts such as the ongoing conflict over Ukraine. The alternatives that are being offered in the authoritarian international order favor authoritarianism, autocracy, conceptions of the state system related to historical territorial claims, non-intervention, but reserved rights of intervention where key interests are displayed. And there's a lack of concern about human rights abuses. So we can see some positive alternatives and new developments on the policy table, and we can also see some negative alternatives and developments. If we look in more detail at the authoritarian international order's proposed conflict management system, it's based mostly on a rejection of the liberal peace, the liberal international order, and liberal peace-building systems that have been emerging over the last decades. So it takes the international order back. What comes after the liberal international order, it takes us back in many ways to the 19th century. Regional blocs, balance of power, and a disinterest in the ordinary everyday experience of peace. It takes us back to the victor's peace, territorial spoils, economic power, and global hierarchy. It undermines civil and social movements, undermines the everyday peace. And it's yet, despite those things, it seems to have some attractions in the global south. Much of that attraction, I think, has been related to uncertainty in the West and the global North, and the various hypocrisies that we've seen in the way in which the global North has dealt with ongoing conflicts, and legacy issues, particularly colonialism, the anti-colonial movements, the post-independence colonial states, and so on. So there's a lot here to unpack and develop and deal with. We have a lot on our plate. I think that the attraction for the authoritarian international order in the global south is very problematic, and it's mainly for political elites, economic, social, and political elites, who see the state system as a way of facilitating the existing global political economy. And I think that's very problematic for peace. Peace and its evolution is challenging those systems. So there's a very concerted pushback. Now, I don't know whether you can see that there. Okay, you can, good. So the AIO is compressing the liberal international order. It's expanding geopolitical interests. It's marginalizing these critical scientific and social movements. It's preventing our capacity to reform the state system and to reform the international political economy. It blocks peace with justice. And this is, I think, the key dividing line of the current era. Do we stick with a victor's peace, or do we move away from the liberal peace into much more sophisticated understandings in our now very complex, networked, and mobile world of peace with justice? And this would mean we're thinking about peace in intergenerational terms. We're thinking about peace not just in East-West terms, but in North-South terms. We're thinking about reserved areas where peace couldn't touch in the past, that is militarism and the political economy, as being open now to scientific, social, and policy interrogation. These would be major steps. And this means that we need to rethink our critical approaches to peace now. Sorry, there's a lot of text there. It's far too much for you to read, but I'll just summarize it very quickly. Can we bridge the liberal international order with an authoritarian international order? I don't think we can. The differences are far too extreme. The difference of basing rights on liberalism and democracy, or on centralized power and geopolitical interests, are at other ends of the spectrum. It may be possible that we can move closer to the center, but the fulcrum of that would be the liberal international order, and that has been quite discredited over the last 20 or 30 years. So that means that our critical thinking about peace has no choice but to take on these big questions of justice, intergenerational, gender, environmental, distributive, historical forms of justice. So peace has to be connected with forms of emancipation. And I think, this is quite close to the kind of peace agenda that we saw here being attempted by Kim Dae-jung, and is being celebrated today as well. So what that means is we need to think about how we improve the liberal international order, how we push back against the authoritarian international order, and how we take the opportunity to follow the science of peacemaking, which is now more developed, advanced, complex, and detailed, and datified than it ever has been before. And I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there, ranging from these political economy questions, these questions of militarism and reserve violence, and the ways in which we will replace these tools of violence that still have political utility with peaceful tools for transition and political change and reform, connecting peace with justice. Now, the complexity of peace agency in the 21st century is like nothing we've ever seen before. And we heard a bit about that this morning from our speech on South Africa. But this complexity, the social, the cultural, the arts, the technological, the political, and the institutional complexity, its global entanglement, its mobilities, the way it travels across generations, its concern with sustainability as well. These are very important dynamics. And all of the old peace apparatus that we have, whether it's mediation, peacekeeping, constitutional agreements, institutionalization, like the UN system or the development system, are woefully inadequate to deal with the complexities of contemporary conflict. And they do not reach the potential that the scholarship suggests that we have. So I'll move to a conclusion here. You will possibly have heard in this period of acute anxiety and pressure in the international system that the UN held a Summit of the Future, grandiosely named, in New York in September around the General Assembly. And this Summit of the Future was very interesting. It was an attempt by the UN to get a grip on these debates about peace, to stop them from sliding away in the direction of the authoritarian international order, and to bring them back towards the science and the scholarship, and to make sure that these international representatives in the UN system were aware of the possibilities and the needs of peacemaking in this point in the 21st century. These are the terms that came out, were being discussed in the summit, and many of them are very familiar. They are a reiteration of the terms of Boutros Ghali's Agenda for Peace, of the later agendas for democratization and development, of R2P, and of a lot of the thinking that was coming out of the UN system in the 1990s into the 2000s. And what we see behind the words, though, is a motif of the intensification, the deepening, and the broadening of peacemaking, the modernization of peacemaking, and how it connects to the need for international reform, as well as global social representation. So this debate was being had around the General Assembly just as the Security Council is deadlocked, and the great powers, China, Russia, and the US in particular, were unable to agree any reform for the Security Council, were unable to agree on Ukraine or on Gaza, and of course on any of the other conflicts, whether it's Sudan or DRC Congo, and so on. But what this tells us is that in doctrinal terms, the policy world and the academic world are quite close together in terms of how they're envisioning the evolution of peace for the future to deal with the new complexities of international order. Increasingly aware that a lot of the legacy institutions and systems with which we associate human rights, democracy, development, and so on, are antiquated and need to be reformed and revised, and aware of a pathway, a kind of sustainable development goal or a sustaining peace agenda pathway forwards. So there's an awful lot there, I think, which we can look at, which is quite hopeful, in which we can see that this authoritarian international order contest with the liberal international order and the transition that it seems to be suggesting may not take us into the past, but may well take us forward, because this authoritarian international order is already failing to keep the peace. In fact, it's predicated on not keeping the peace. It's predicated on revising international order. And I think if we just, to conclude, come a little bit closer to home, as we heard this morning in some of the videos, here on the Korean Peninsula, you had a lot of experience in dealing with very intense Cold War-style divisions, ideological conflicts, the damage of war and violence, recovery, restitution, division, polarization, and so on. And Enlightenment leadership was very important in trying to break that down. And in order to move beyond this conflict, your Nobel laureate president was suggesting a series of openings. And I think these are a very similar series of openings that we see in the UN Sustaining Peace Agenda, and we see in the scholarship. So there is a possibility of confluence between policy, between institutions, between knowledge production, and of course, perhaps most importantly, the social movement, civil society and social groups in conflict-affected societies. And when you get that confluence, there's the possibility of moving forward. What we see from many peace agreements, though, that they operate in terms of stuttering steps they don't work smoothly to a final signing and a consolidation. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of backsliding. Then there's innovation. So it's almost like a dialectical process, if you like. So what we see, I think, here is there's been a broad rejection of stalemates over a long historical time period. There has been an attempt to overcome polarization and division, to find novel and innovative ways of working around the blockages in peacemaking on the peninsula, at the formal level, as well as at the informal, at the social level. There were attempts, and there have been attempts, to establish autonomous civil society, social and trade networks, very important, to engage with questions in education, divisive questions in education, to move beyond them, across arts and culture, to connect institutions. And while these things appear to be failing, in a sense, they're also moving forward because they're finding ways of overcoming those problems. And beyond that, we also see how necessary it was and is to contribute to regional and global institution building and the expansive and expanding parameters of global rights, global democracy, and international law. So this suggests that an important step here is to think about not just the contextual peace process, but what it's nested in. In other words, how do we revise the international order so it's not the liberal international order, and it's definitely not the authoritarian international order, but we can have a new layer in the international architecture which begins to gather the scholarship, the policy insights, the practice insights, the social networks and movements. It consolidates on past gains and the important steps that were made. It stabilizes the existing system, deals with its morbidities, its hypocrisies, and leads to a revised international system. All peace settlements, successful peace settlements, are connected to a stable constitutional and institutional international order. Now, clearly, the ones that we've had are now unstable and are contested. And that means that there is a vacuum and a gap for us to rethink peace and to rethink international order simultaneously to meet many of these very difficult challenges that we've been noting here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver. You talked about the end of liberal international order and victorious peace and the advent of authoritarian international order. Listening to your argument, it feels like we are just stuck in the middle in this transitional international order. I'm sorry, because the time is so limited that I'm afraid I cannot open the floor for questions and answers. So let me ask you just one or two questions, which I thought quite important after listening to your presentation. Just caught in the two competing international order, and we have definitely have a great need to promote what is it, as you put it, emancipation and justice and the rights, expansion of rights and sustainability, gender equality, democracy, and all of that. And you even talked about the venue of the prepared United Nations, the Summit of Future in the United States, which was held September this year. And my first question has to do with your opinion about how hopeful is all those the venues you mentioned, not only the future the Summit of Future at the United Nations, but also other efforts you mentioned in your presentation. The second question has to do with the very dangerous situation in which North Korea, sends its troops to the Ukraine. As we all know, we have two geostrategic fault lines in the world, the Western geostrategic fault line and the Eastern geostrategic fault line. Just like in geology, the two power blocks, United States and NATO on the one hand, and China and Russia on the other, these two places or power blocks collide. And then, as we see in geology, there are volcanoes and earthquakes. In this case, in geostrategic situation, we have wars or conflict. We see a war in Ukraine. We see a war in the Middle East, and the Korean Peninsula is has been regarded as always a tinderbox because we occupy the very dangerous geostrategic fault line, South China Sea and Taiwan Strait. So until now, there has been separation between two geostrategic fault lines, but North Korea decided to send its troops to Ukraine, which means connecting the two separate geostrategic fault lines. In worst case, it possibly means a global war. So these are the questions we are, really seriously interested in because those are very pressing issues among South Koreans these days. So is there any, what is your assessment and what is your, interpretation and also policy implications if any, countries, including South Korea and the United States and Russia and Ukraine, whatever, those countries are involved in making policies in an effort to explore, pathways to global peace. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. And blimey, you must be tired of me. Sorry for going on. I think you're right, that it's not just South Korea that's caught between the liberal international order and the authoritarian international order. I mean, we in Britain and Europe are too, and I'm sure many other peoples and countries feel the same way. I mean, I wasn't fully on board for the liberal international order. I thought it was too American-dominated, too neoliberal, not enough focus on rights, was producing a lot of knowledge on rights, development, sustainability, and so on, but refused to implement it or pretended to implement it. And I think it's that level of hypocrisy that's undermined the legitimacy of this order. And if you bring that down to the ground and think about peace processes, for example, in Northern Ireland, we see a peace process that was very strongly implemented, in which there were enormous redistribution and rebuilding between the communities to undermine and to move away from sectarianism, which has been pretty successful. They survived Brexit, even in Northern Ireland. But in many other peace processes, I mean, thinking about, for example, the Balkans with the Dayton peace process, we had constitutional agreements and we had military agreements, but when it came to dealing with social and economic issues, very little was done. And those countries have languished in a stalemated situation, which is now extremely tense, and notably is allowing Russia and Putin an entry point back into the Balkans. So when a peace process, is holistic and comprehensive and fully supported, it can work well, as in Northern Ireland with the EU guarantee, with American backing and enormous investment to reduce inequality. When it just has great power backing, but not much else going on, as in Bosnia-Herzegovina with the Dayton Agreement, it tends to get very stuck. Those stalemated peace processes create a vacuum. And I think many of us feel like we're in a similar vacuum too. So I wasn't fully on board for the LIO, and I'm certainly not on board for the AIO. I mean, I value my rights, mobility, contact, the opportunities, skills, the discoveries we can make. and so on are very important for civil society, social movements, academia, policymakers all around the world. The alternative is rather totalitarian, I'm afraid, as we have seen. So the Summit of the Future was interesting because it was beginning to make this explicit. You know, we saw in the early part of the war on Ukraine some very concerted General Assembly resolutions against Russia, huge numbers voting against Russia in the General Assembly. We saw that support wane recently, and it's been difficult to get General Assembly resolutions through, not because the West wouldn't win them, but because the numbers would be lower. But at the Summit of the Future, we also saw a great deal of energy and interest and dynamism around this question of what next. You know, it is a very contested area, and all of a sudden there's a lot of things to fight for. You know, what's happening though on the other side of the equation, you know, for example, with North Korean troops in Ukraine and the growth of proxy wars, is the risk that all of these conflicts which are now flaring up, these stalemated peace processes which are eroding into more open hostilities around the world, they are all the unsolved legacies of the colonial world order and then the liberal world order, the American-backed liberal world order of the 20th century. And not having solved them in the time that we had available to us meant and means today that they could well escalate. So we're not just talking about backsliding, but we're talking about reversion to conflict. If these proxy wars join up, then we have a major conflict on our hands. I don't see that happening myself. I mean, I think there's too much entanglement and relationality and mobility. This transactional international order that we see from, for example, wannabe President Trump, and from the Russians and the Chinese and a few others too, I think works for elites, mainly economic elites, but doesn't work for many of the rest of us. So it will rapidly lead to kind of revolutionary challenges, revolutionary situations. And the historic way out of these tensions throughout history, going all the way back to Mesopotamia, has always been peacemaking. Peacemaking has evolved historically to deal with new types of conflicts. War is always evolving, violence is always evolving, but so is peacemaking. So I think we may have reached a point where, as we saw with the Summit of the Future, with R2P, the idea that you could do peacemaking before a conflict, before a war broke out, actually has some substance. So we have so many checks and balances dampening entanglements and relationships, which mean that large-scale wars are very difficult to justify, if not unthinkable, because they're entangled with so many other complexes, questions of justice and society, the environment and environmental degradation, the economy, and shared resources, the biosphere. So we're much more self-aware than we were in 1918, 1914, 1939, 1945, and so on and so forth. Intellectually, I think it's impossible to imagine a war like World War II again, but we can see these connected proxy wars blowing up in one area, dying out, blowing up in another area, dying out, if you like flares on the international stage, rather than a large-scale global set of hostilities. This is why I think that the authoritarian international order doesn't really have much viability. And I think as it crystallizes in our minds, when we see, for example, North Korea and Putin operating together in Ukraine, and we see the violation of life that's happening in that context, and how easily we could have got around that just by simply implementing the Minsk agreements and improving them, a discursive framework rather than a violent framework for politics. I don't see many buyers for that type of politics on the international stage. Just one caveat to this. Internally, the global north and the west are very divided. And those internal divisions are as dangerous as these proxy wars. We're dealing with global challenges in a complex world. The international peace architecture that we have is out of date. It's anachronistic. It's not obsolescent, but it is anachronistic. The authoritarian international orders, peace tools, are obsolescent already. So we're fighting new wars with old tools, and we need to reverse that proposition. We need to fight these new wars with even newer tools, which demands a lot of work.
Oh, thank you, Oliver. The time is up, but I personally thought, what would President Kim Dae-jung say about this very dangerous situation on the Korean Peninsula and the globe in terms of fighting a war in Ukraine and also in the Middle East and other areas as well? He must have been said this way. The government leaders, political leaders, not only them, but also opinion leaders and the press and even ordinary people are not supposed to say anything or do anything or take action, any action to raise military tension in these areas, in these geostrategic fault lines, because we are occupying a very serious geostrategic fault line on the Korean Peninsula. And we are deploring actually to see any of the responsible stakeholders, not only South Korea, but also North Korea and other United States and Russia and China also. All these stakeholders have to find something to lower the tension, not only in the Korean Peninsula, but also in Ukraine, the Middle East, so that we could not see that the very dangerous linkage or connection between the two geostrategic fault lines. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your participation again, and this session has adjourned.
네, 올리버 리치몬드 교수님과 백학순 원장님께 다시 한번 큰
Thank you very much for our moderator and the speaker, Professor Oliver Richmond. Thank you very much. So with that, we wrap up the first special session by Professor Richmond. So thank you very much for your presentation. So we're going to take a 20-minute break before we move on to our second session. So please join us again at 2:50. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 뒤 2시 50분부터
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume the special lecture in a few minutes, so please come inside and take your seats. Once again, we would kindly like to remind you to turn your cellular phones off or put them on silent mode throughout the event. Thank you very much for your kind understanding.
네, 여러분 계속해서
Welcome back to the special lecture, the second special lecture of the Centennial of KDJ Kim Dae-jung's Birth Peace Festival. This session is even more special because we have some invited discussants joining us towards the end of the presentation. So the topic of our second presentation is the peaceful coexistence of human and nature, and the presentation will be delivered by Chairperson Kim Myung-ja from KAIST. So please welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하세요. 소개받은
Yes, hello, I am Kwon Ho-sung. I will be the moderator for this session. We are gathered here to celebrate the centennial of Kim Dae-jung's birth through this Peace Festival. And we have been the first session talked about peace. Now we're going to shift gear a little bit and talk about nature, life, and naturally climate change. And I believe we have invited a very apt person to be discussing this issue. She served as the Environment Minister, the longest standing Environment Minister during the Kim Dae-jung government administration. She herself is a chemist and currently serves as the chairperson of KAIST. So we have invited her to deliver a special lecture. Following the speech, we will have a special discussion on climate change. I myself have served as a journalist before coming into my current position, and I'm very much interested in how we are going to deal with climate change. So we have invited some activists and experts on how we're going to fight climate change together. So that will be our discussion session. And for the presentation, we have 90 minutes for the entire session, and we've used up about 5 minutes of it already. So I would suggest we give the chairperson 40 minutes for the presentation, 40 to 45 minutes for the presentation, and then we'll use the rest of the time for the discussion. Yes, good afternoon. I have provided the PPT in both Korean and English, and I would like to deliver my presentation in Korean. I'm reminded of the commencement speech by Mr. Steve Jobs back in 2009, where the famous speech where he talks about how he connected the dots. I have been talking about giving lectures on climate change, related to climate change, for about 40 years now. Now, if I go back 33 years back in that 40 years and 23 years back in that 40 years, I said something, I discussed something back then, and I think the dots from 32 years ago, from 23 years ago, and today's presentation is connected through a book. I joined the Ministry of Environment back in 1999 and left in 2003, so the millennia started while I was in office. Back then, President Kim Dae-jung had extensive discussions about climate change, And in October of 2000, we published a book that you're seeing on the screen right now. So we had the global responsibility and global peace. And it was a collection of Kim Dae-jung's philosophy, his knowledge and his beliefs related to climate change. So that book actually connects the dots for me in discussing this discussion. I would like to start off by asking you, how was your summer this year? Now, I personally really felt scared. This year, I felt scared as to how the climate has changed so much. And I found myself dreading the summer of 2025 because I can only imagine it going to be even more hotter than ever before. Extreme weather patterns, we've had a list of those. And last year, I think we topped every single list that we have accumulated so far. So everybody's been talking about the global tipping point. So I'm going to start off with that discussion. So again, the global tipping point. Things that are happening around us is just a nightmare. And it has a cascading effect. It has a domino effect. One is impacting the other in a more negative way, unfortunately. So this is what we see on the map. Different institutions have given slightly different numbers and figures and years, but basically they're all saying that we are approaching the global climate change tipping point. Just to name a few, this page shows you the type of different climate changes that the extreme weather patterns that we're facing: droughts, fires, meltdowns, dying of coral reefs. And we used to say that 2023 was the most turbulent year in terms of extreme weather patterns. And this year, in 2024, we unfortunately have hit the records for all of the things that had happened in 2023. So now we're faced with a polycrisis. And at the core of the global polycrisis, we have the climate change. So crisis in resources, economics, social, political, healthcare, environment crisis, all related to or was caused by the climate change. So you've had pouring rain, you've had heat waves, which impacted the growth of our everyday crops. That is going to impact our consumer prices, and that directly affects the public sentiment. Unease in the public sentiment leads to political instability, and escalated would lead to economic and social disruption. So you're seeing some of the cartoons from the US media. We currently have 8.2 billion people living on Earth. And although every single one of them are impacted by the climate change, we sense this frustration of not being able to do anything. So me as an individual, what can I do as a poor individual to change the environment? So that's what the cartoon reads. Going back to 2008, there was the global trend to 2008. Published by the State Information Commission of the United States. And so all of these trends interact with one another, escalating the global uncertainty. In 2021, the same institution published an upgraded version and stated that there are 4 structural forces that is going to determine our future. And those were aging, the environment, economics, and technology. And it stated that climate action is failing. Thus, the global community is going to fall into a very dire situation. So there are numerous reports coming out from different institutions, the World Economic Forum being yet another, which published a global crisis report 2024 listing top 10 risks that is going to impact the world as the world approaches the climate critical point. Another report coming from IPCC. IPCC, as you well know, is a group of more than 3,000 renowned global scientists, and they have been publishing reports, and we have the 6th publication right now. So the discussion right now is the climate change man-made or is it a natural disaster? So there's been a debate for over the decades whether climate change was man-made or a natural event. And right now, 95% of the scientists agree that climate change is a man-made disaster. Now, we have heard the importance of containing the global temperature rise to 1.5%. So 1.5%, it's only 1.5 degrees Celsius, right? But really, think about what this 1.5 degrees Celsius means. If your child's body temperature goes from 36.5 to 38, 1.5 degrees Celsius increase, you have to take the child to the emergency room. So it may seem little, but it's a really critical number. And the Earth has experienced the most rapid change in terms of temperature throughout its thousands and thousands of years. Unfortunately, humans do not have the ability to adapt as quickly to such temperature change. So we are the weakest of all living things on nature. So again, climate change is man-made, and unfortunately, we cannot adapt to the rapid changes. So this page shows you the great acceleration. So from 1950 to 2024, how everything has changed so rapidly. Socioeconomic trends and the Earth system trends have all seen such a big change. And if you look at it closely, ever since the 1950s, everything is rising, from population, real GDP, and so forth. Do we see anywhere that this rising graph is going to at some point reach a plateau, a stalemate? Well, scientists have agreed that it's going to even further accelerate, and it is only going to mean an end to the human civilization as we know it. So that is the sad but scientific conclusion that we can reach. So we are running out of resources. We are, being drowned in the pollution that we're creating. And that can only lead to the alienation of humankind itself. Another graph shows you the temperature rise from the early 1900s all the way to present. And that, the temperature rise shows an identical pattern to the increase of CO2 in the air. So we can clearly see that the temperature rise, global temperature rise, coincides with the CO2 emissions. Now, CO2 does not go anywhere. Once it's created, it stays where it is. So if we were to stop all industrial activities from tomorrow morning, that is not going to change the level of CO2 we already have on Earth. So even if we change the way we do business, even if we change the way we consume things, already we have more than the right level of CO2 in the air. So even if we shift to renewable energy, that is not going to change things that much because we've already messed up. To make matters worse, we see countries all across the globe continuing to emit more CO2 every year. Now, different countries have made different contributions. You can see here that China, countries in Asia, India, and the United States have emitted huge amounts of CO2. So this graph shows you their contribution to the disaster that we face now. And it was in 2005 that China surpassed the United States in terms of the annual CO2 emissions. So if you look at the accumulated level, so which started from 1750s to all the measurements all the way to 2019, the United States has contributed to 25%. China, 52% of the accumulated CO2 emissions to the world. And on this map, you see areas that have had more CO2 emissions in darker colors. Now, what is unfortunate is that the CO2 emitting countries are not the most impacted by the climate change induced by CO2 emissions. It is actually developing countries or underdeveloped countries who, in a way, have not contributed to CO2 emissions are being negatively affected by CO2 emissions, and they do not have the resources, they do not have the technology or know-how to fight back the negative effects of CO2 emissions. So there's a huge inequality in terms of countries being impacted by CO2 emissions. And this chart, it's a little complicated. I might have to spend 30 minutes just to explain this one chart alone. But basically, this chart talks about how the climate change has a mechanism of affecting specific social economic activities around the world. So here you have the CO2, human activities, the climate change mechanism, and the threats that is being results because of that. So you have the strategic resources, energy, food, and water all being affected by this mechanism. This chart shows you how the natural disasters by different types are reported around the globe. The blue or green, blue indicates flood. Red indicates extreme weather events. So it's either very cold or very warm or huge fluctuations. Now, those kind of situations is devastating for humankind because we cannot adjust to such abrupt changes. Now, food security is one example of the negative disasters that is being affected by climate change. As humans, we need to eat. And how you feed your people, basically, is going to have direct impact on the political stability of that nation. And as you can see, food issue is really is negative. I wrote a book titled Coronavirus and the Human Civilization based on my study and effects of experiencing the pandemic. And if you look closely, all pandemics coincide with the climate change and the caused food crisis throughout the world's history. Now, the COVID crisis was actually a golden opportunity for us to come together as a global community to really work together in dealing with the climate change issues. Now, there were some cooperation, of course, at the UN level, at the World Health Organization level to, work with build the creation of the vaccines and so forth, but it wasn't enough. In the previous presentations, we heard about peace and how peace can be maintained. And this peace regime came into effect after World War II, right? The victor's story has been set. We talk about the Bretton Woods system and how the United States has led the global community to a much peaceful situation. Now that peace has lost its momentum, the international system that worked to maintain such peace is nowhere to be found. The supply chain has turned into something that each countries are, fighting over instead of cooperating for the effective distribution of the limited resources that we have. So as you can see, we are, compared to the prehistoric times and the modern times, we have much more resources, but we are also emitting or throwing away the resources at a gigantic scale. So what used to be the linear economy has been shifted to a circular economy. Yes, we try to solve the problem to a certain extent. And there are some issues that we saw some glimpse of hope. But unfortunately, we as humans have been creating more problems than presenting solutions. So that has resulted in the human civilization really being burdened with such a big task that is very difficult to solve. So yes, we have been working together to solve these problems, and yes, we have made some progress, but we have caused more problems than the solutions that we have presented. At the World Economic Forum, Chairman Klaus Schwab has mentioned that there are top climate tech trends that is going to impact our lives, which is listed on this slide. And yes, these technologies have made some contribution to solving the problems. But even here, we have the issue of intellectual property rights, where the advanced countries are having a very strong grip over these technologies, and the developing countries have no financial means, no technological means to have access to these technology trends. So there's been this, back and forth about who needs to support or provide the technology for the countries that are in need. So at the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Paris Convention, we discussed and agreed upon the NPI, the Nature Positive Initiative. So my message here is that, yes, we have been trying to solve the problem at hand. We talked about the sustainability of things to solve the climate crisis. And we talked a lot about ESG, carbon, net zero. So there are really fancy words that are already out there. Stakeholder capitalism. So there are like a long list of the different terminology, keywords that we have thrown out, saying that these are our answers to solving the climate change. But were they really effective is yet another question. And the most recent discussion, we have been hearing yet another term which comes after the important issue of biodiversity. So we now talk about the nature positive economies. And we have launched the G7 Alliance of Nature Positive Economies in 2023. The book is also published in Korean, so please, you can use that as a reference. So this nature positive is the new term. So along with the biosphere, we are now talking about the technosphere, which is overwhelming the biosphere. So our next question is, how are we going to seek the harmonious coexistence of the biosphere and the technosphere? So the Max Planck Institute, for example, is working on solving this kind of question. So these are the things that have been happening in the world. Now, going back to President Kim Dae-jung, I told you about the book that that we published as a collection of the words, the philosophy, and policy suggestions by President Kim Dae-jung in October of 2000. And I had almost forgotten about the book, but I found this reference, and there's a quote which I wrote myself stating that in the new era of the 21st century, if we have been pursuing peace as a concept in the concept of war, we believe that the meaning of peace should be expanded to embody the true reconciliation between human and nature. So that was back in 2000, October of 2000. At the end of the book, which was a collection of President Kim Dae-jung's environmental vision for the new millennia. So in these speeches, we have statements where we need to think of Earth as our mother and all things on Earth, not just humans, but all things on Earth as our brothers and sisters, so that we can prosper and survive together. So these were the words of President Kim Dae-jung almost 20 years ago. And President Kim Dae-jung already mentioned the vision of the people's government to create a community where humans and nature coexist by firmly establishing an eco-friendly conditions in all fields. So you can see that he already had a very grand vision. We all know that Korea is a very small country. We are not a rich resource country. We have to import the resources, we manufacture things, and we export it. And that means all the pollution that comes from the manufacturing process stays within our land. And to top it off, we proceeded with a very rapid industrial development. So in that sense, Korea has already experienced the highest level of dense pollution. And yet we do things fast, we do things quickly, so we have accumulated the industrial pollution at a very rapid speed. And President Kim Dae-jung, having a vision, having a deep understanding of how Korea's economy developed, had presented the new millennium environmental vision to provide a momentum to change all of this kind of activity. So in the vision, he talks about how things should be decentralized, how human rights should be more emphasized as over the industrial development. And in 1988, Korea's air was really, really poor. And that's the year when we hosted the Seoul Olympics. And we stopped burning those round coal blocks in order to clean up the air. And then came year 22 when we were to host the World Cups. And that is the year we introduced the CNG buses throughout the city of Seoul. We had to change about 70 different laws in order to allow for the CNG buses to run. It was a tremendous amount of work. One of the very proud achievements of my term as the Ministry of Environment in the People's Government. Another big achievement was clearing up the Nakdonggang brackish areas. Right now, looking back, the CNG, the introduction of the natural gas buses in the Seoul metropolitan area is something that really changed the quality of air in Seoul. So we've already talked about how President Kim Dae-jung's vision, first of all, brought about democracy in Korea. He also promoted economic growth. He emphasized the importance of ICT. And all of this really helped us to fight against COVID back in 2020 to 2023. So I'm a scientist by nature, and I also studied science administration. And it was during the President Kim Dae-jung's government, the People's Government, where we first introduced the basic science, the fundamental science basic plan. So that was the first initial adoption of a master plan at a state level to introduce science development, induce science development. So it was a long time ago, and that was the start of how we did little things like filling up our water tanks in our restrooms with like 1 liter, 2 liter water bottles to save water, which looking back does not really have an effect of saving water, but we started with what we could do. That expanded to saving water at major buildings throughout the city. So we've gone through stage by stage, step by step efforts to save water, to reduce waste, and to turn the landfills into park areas. So democracy, human rights, environmental and scientific development were always intertwined in President Kim's policies and his vision towards the future of Korea. He also signed a lot of environmental conventions. So you will remember that Korea started off as being the developing countries when all the environmental conventions were being discussed. However, President Kim's administration introduced a different approach to being rather submissive, labeling ourselves as a developing country. Kim Dae-jung government said we would share differentiated but common responsibility for the environment-related issues. So that was a big shift in the paradigm.
내가 옛날에 그린 GDP 했던 생각이 나는 거예요. 그린 GDP 도입하겠다 그러고
And another rather radical concept that I introduced during the Kim Dae-jung administration was the green GDP. So this was in 2000. And we proposed, as part of the ECO2 project, where we focus both on ecology and economy. So this is a policy that was adopted by the People's Government in the 2000. And I reported to the President that we will be preparing various policies to support the green GDP. So basically, the green GDP refers to how much natural resources we are going to be using to increase a certain amount of GDP. So if you increase the GDP but create pollution, create waste, then you have to take that number out. So in the past, we thought about just increasing the GDP numbers through economic development no matter what the cost is. But now, around year 2000, we introduced the green GDP, saying that the increase in GDP must take into account the use of resources and the creation of pollution as we calculate the GDP numbers. So the current discussions about the NPI, the nature positive NPE, the nature positive economy, I think can be seen as a continuation or the expanded version of the green GDP that we already discussed back in the year 2000s. Ultimately, we are facing an existential threat of climate change. So this is something that is going to affect all of us. This is not my own definition. It's already been discussed internationally. And this fundamental existential threat cannot be met by one nation alone. I already showed you that there is a huge inequality amongst global countries as to how they contribute to the climate change and how they're affected by the climate change as well. With the supply chain collapsing, things have escalated. The instability has escalated. So it seems that we are, in fact, turning the clock back to not historic advances, but degradation. At a time when we need the strongest collaboration, strongest dialogue, we are in fact going backwards. That is a deplorable situation, and that is another existential crisis that we face. Yet, we need to remember that we've had crisis before, and we as humans, I believe, are capable of pulling together the wisdom and really overcoming the challenge that lie ahead of us. Back in 1991, scientists, I've written another book about titled Environmental Movement in conjunction with the scientific traditions of the East and West. So that was the book I wrote in 1991. So this is what it looked like. And this was published 33 years ago. And already the book kind of had a conclusion or a solution to how we're going to solve this existential crisis. It states that social, economic, cultural changes alone is not going to be enough unless we bring about the changes in the people's mindset. So that was the conclusion that I drew back 33 years ago. And going through COVID, I was reminded of what I wrote back some 30 years ago. We are the virus on the Earth. Earth is our host, and we are the virus that is living on it. If the Earth dies, that means our host dies. And humans, being the virus, living on the host of the Earth, will not survive. So this is a very simple logic. And that is why I still believe, that we need to change the mindset of the people. And unless we are able to do that, we are not going to be able to solve the problem at hand. So this is another dot that I bring out. Now the book is no longer published, but I found the book in a blog, which basically had a copy of the entire book from page 1 to the last cover. So I downloaded it and have it in a digital format now. So again, everything needs to be reinterpreted. The relationship between different religions, the relationship between humans and nature and technology needs to be reinterpreted, restudied. So that was the conclusion of the book, of my book. So I'm not going to go into the book itself, but basically it's saying that we have a common theme. Different religions, different technologies, different systems have a common theme. And I've listed 3 of them. So these are the common themes that we find in the traditional beliefs, humans, religions, and the technology that we have. We have a discussion awaiting us with some youth activists, and their activities are one of the 2 examples that I wanted to share with you. The UN announced the 1972 Stockholm UN Environmental Conference, where they talked about the sustainable relationship between social, environment, and economics. Now again, back in 1972, we already knew that we had a problem. But as I said at the very beginning, slogans and nice catchphrases are not going to solve the problem. We really have to put things into action. Case in point is the plastic convention that we are discussing right now. If this convention takes form, then it's going to be yet another big step forward. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of challenges that lie ahead of us. But we are seeing some glimmer of hope. The state of California in the United States has filed charges against the ExxonMobil, the famous oil company, over plastic recycling deception. So again, recycling of plastic is a big hoax. All scientists already knew this. And we, the general public, have been hoaxed into believing that me recycling 10 plastic bottles a week is going to somehow change the world. That is not the case. It is simply not the case. It's the plastic manufacturers have made it so that such recycling isn't really going to be good for the nature. So the point here is that we need to stop using things for one-time use. We need to prolong the life of things that we're using. But the plastic manufacturers have hoaxed us into believing that if we recycle this, it's going to help us and help the nature. So the state of California is starting a case against this issue with the ExxonMobil as the plaintiff. So we'll see how this goes. So basically, you have to use far less plastic and use more glass, paper, and so forth. So that's one case of action being taken against this issue. Another case that I wanted to share with you is the youth climate action, which is something that happened in Korea. Now, this cover of Time shows Greta Thunberg, who used to be the symbol of youth action against climate change worldwide. The decision document on the climate constitutional complaint was delivered by the Constitutional Court of Korea in August 2024. So basically, regarding the issue raised in this case about the absence of plans for the year 2030 to 2050, in Article 8, Paragraph 1 of the Framework Act on Convention Neutrality, the Korean Constitutional Court declared it unconstitutional. The court ordered that the article and paragraph of the convention, the carbon neutrality, must be amended by February 2026. So this alone was a huge achievement. But of course, this is no easy issue. It's a very complicated matter, and we really need to put our heads together to solve this and lead this into the next level of action. So around the year 2000, when President Kim Dae-jung was in office, we all talked about the new millennium. and the environmental issue was not really at the top priority of the public policy agenda. Yet, as I said, he introduced various policies to deal with the environmental issues. Prior to President Kim's administration, things related to the environment were the aftermath, cleaning up of that we made, but he shifted it to a preventive measure. So I just wanted to emphasize that as I wrap up my presentation. So thank you very much, Chairperson Kim Myung-ja, for the wonderful presentation. We have invited 3 people to participate in the discussion. We have lawyer Yoon Se-jong and activist Kim Bo-rim and Yoon Hyun-jung. So please welcome them with a big hand.
이쪽부터 이렇게 차례대로 자기 소개를 좀 부탁드릴까요? 끝에부터 윤현정 활동가님부터.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 청소년 기후행동에서 활동하고 있는 윤현정이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 안녕하세요. 저 함께 활동하고 있는
I am Yoon Hyun-jung, activist from Youth for Climate Action, and I'm Yoon Bo-rim, an activist from Youth for Climate Action, and I am Yoon Se-jong, director or an attorney from Plan 1.5.
우선 그 세 분을 모셨으니까 그리고 또 발표에서 나왔던
We have 3 panelists, and we had the great ruling from the Korea Constitutional Court. Regarding that, I want to open our discussion. There are some people who may not know about the ruling. So, the Attorney Yoon, can you elaborate the ruling? This is climate litigation. So we resort to the legal action, the settlement for the climate. March 2020, a lot of plaintiffs gathered that the country's measure against climate warming were not sufficient enough to protect citizens' right for happy life. So we brought that issue to the the Constitutional Court, and August this year, we got the ruling that the current climate system in Korea is not sufficient enough, so all the burdens will be passed down on the future generation. So the Korean government's stance on the climate change was not good enough. That was the constitutional ruling. That was the world fifth ruling and the first in Asia. So I believe the constitutional decision was very supportive for our actions against climate warming down the road. The great crisis looming large in front of us. Actually, we had the bill or the law for the climate change issue, but the Constitutional Court found that the law is not sufficient enough to protect the country from the climate crisis. And why did you come up with an idea to bring the case to the Constitutional Court in the first place? At first, when we filed for the lawsuit, actually, we are the member of the youth groups. So conventionally, we sent a letter to the National Assembly, or we made some campaign against a certain investment that would be harmful to the environment. That was our usual activities. However, those campaigns were discouraged due to the decision makers' decision. Always we got the words from the decision makers. Only we will this, next time we will not that. But we cannot. So we cannot be guaranteed for our request. So we as minors were excluded from the decision-making process. And yes, true that we were not sitting together with a negotiating table. So we got a conclusion that we may not able to stop the climate action by sitting idle. rather than asking to do something specific to the decision makers, we decided to do whatever we can do. So that's the idea that we just put the obligation to the decision makers. So as a citizens, we thought that the court ruling would be necessary because the voluntary will is not enough to stop the crisis. So we got the right endowed at birth. And so based on that, we decided to bring the obligation to the decision makers through the Constitutional Court. You are the leaders of the future. The climate crisis is very serious because you were deprived of right to enjoy your life in the future. So your voices are very important. We have Chairperson Kim Myung-ja. Have you heard of this climate litigation?
Yes, I read it in the papers. And my initial reaction was how smart our young people are. And our future is not all that doomed. Now, this litigation is a very, arduous procedure for anyone. So I'd like to ask lawyer Yoon Dae-jung to share with us some of the difficulties or challenges that he faced as he proceeded with the overall litigation. So we first came together in 2019 to discuss the matter, and we heard the opinions of the young people. So as a lawyer, it was a legally very challenging case, because litigation there's a law, and if somebody breaks the law, then we ask for the punishment. That's how a normal litigation works. But in this case, we were saying that the law itself was flawed, and the case was related to something that would happen in the future. So it was challenging in all fronts. But we felt a need to go ahead with this litigation because all of the things that these young activists have raised were so true. Because everybody around the world was saying climate change is an issue, it's going to be a serious matter that's going to affect our lives. And yet, the law was not in place to obligate the lawmakers and the businesses to respond to it, to act properly. So this had to be brought to the attention of the courts. So we agreed or decided to go ahead with the case. We had different idea exchange sessions with similar groups worldwide and proceeded with our own litigation. So again, the case took about 4 years. It's a very long time. And throughout the years, I think there would have been various moments of ups and downs. So I'd like to ask activist Kim Bo-rim to share with us if there's any episodes or events that you remember. Well, when we first set out to do this, we have already heard that climate change is a huge problem. We were born into it. We, were raised thinking that climate change equals the polar bears, equals icebergs melting. And somehow we thought that it's going to affect the future generation. Even we felt that it's going to affect the future quote-unquote generation. But it came to our attention around year 2019 that it's not only going to affect the future generation, but also the present generation, you and I. It's going to affect our summers, our springs, our winters, and not just the polar bears. So that's where we really decided, we had to take action. But even before we, the only means of tools that we had was to, stage one-person strikes standing in front of the National Assembly, which seemed too pessimistic. And we wanted to secure something more concrete through legal measures. And the initial response that we got was that it's not going to happen. It won't stand being a legal litigation case. There is no preceding case that you can reference. So many lawyers also tried to dissuade us from going ahead with the litigation. But we somehow managed to, go over all those obstacles and kicked it off. So it was really a fight of David and Goliath from the beginning. And to see the results, have the Constitutional Court, give you that ruling in 4 years' time must have been quite thrilling. So what did it feel like when the final ruling was given? Well, at the site, I cried so much when the final ruling was, the sentence was given. So I cried so much, and the court police actually tried to guide me out because I was crying so much. But the fact that we won was really, really encouraging and happy. So the initial ruling was that the litigation was a win, but there were also some subsequent areas where we did not win, so my tears kind of quickly dried. But still, on the first day, when we got the winning rule, it was great to hear the subsequent no wins. It was a bit disappointing, but and I heard her crying so hard sitting right next to me, so I tried to keep my cry to a minimum. So it's already been like 5 years at that point, and I learned that the state system did not really allow for individual citizens like myself to have a saying in the state affairs. But the final ruling gave us some hope that, there are things that we can do as a team, as a group. So while there were some areas of disappointment, I think we did make some progress.
At that time, I was very nervous. So I thought about the two scenarios. When we win, when you lose, I prepared a press conference for both cases. And depending on the ruling, I had to meet with the press to have a conference. So I was very nervous and busy-minded at that time. But through this litigation, the message I want to deliver is that non-action against climate change is unconstitutional. So when I heard the sentence, I thought that that's it. The court ruling is not ultimate decision. The ultimate answer could be found through the democratic process. So sitting idle, or we can force the others to take actions. Right? So now that's with what we did through the Constitutional Court. So now we are in the beginning start line. So that is the real beginning for our action down the road. When the litigation was opened, Chairperson, you read that from the newspaper. When the ruling was delivered, you would have some emotions, some your own ideas. So climate crisis is already upon us. What do you think about that? Is that really meaningful, or is the ruling too early for the Korean society? How do you interpret the decision? I'm not in my teens or 20s.
세상이 또 정부가 어떤 계획을 세웠다고 그게 어떤 결과로 그 목표에 도달을
So when government set a plan, and then the plan could be implemented to produce some outcome, right? That's my experience. And now the country, the government set the goal for the climate change by 2050. That is the principle. So of course, I think that the Constitutional Court ruling is very valid and reasonable. Goal setting is important itself. However, how to get the goal is more important than the goal setting. Now, the reduction target is an issue of active discussion, and we have not decided on that. And there are the parameters, internal parameters and external parameters to interaction of those realizing the goal. So how to reach the goal? In order to reach the goal, the concerted effort is needed involving the government and the businesses. All together, the collective wisdom is needed. Just a single entity's effort is not enough to reach the goal. The conundrum and the climate crisis is not the issue is not confined to one sector. All beings on the planet is affected by the climate crisis, and the roles and responsibilities of those individuals are different. However, the key is government intervention to guarantee the success. So consensus building is important, as well as the wisdom collection and the power gathering is as important. If we say that if we must do it, do you say that it was really implemented? We can do it. Should we do it? Depending on the issues on your hand, the outcomes could be different. Climate crisis is the most tricky work. So all sectors, all human behaviors are affected by the climate crisis. That's why this issue is very difficult. And I understand the government position is also very difficult. Currently, a lot of voices are coming out from the society toward the government. So government initiative is really hard to set. Nevertheless, communication will be the key to approach this kind of issue. Communication is the way to admitting the other parties or to build a consensus that we have to work together. And also, your role and my roles could be defined, could be through the communication. So when those things are defined, then we can work together toward the role. We cannot leave the work to the businesses only. Businesses are emitters who are using the products after the businesses emitting the carbon dioxide, the consumers. So this we have to grow aware that all these issues affect our life. I think in order to resolve the global issues, we need cooperation and communication. However, it is easy. It is not easy to do the collaboration and communication. Otherwise, we cannot achieve sustainable development or guarantee the sustained survival of humanity. So the crisis is threatening our existence. So the sense of cooperation, sense of collaboration is a must for us to have. I'm not so sure whether my message get across to you. That's very important.
Yes, you touched upon a very important point that really it's the action that is going to speak the loudest. I think we have some photos that we could share with the audience today, showing how the activists really put in a lot of work.
했었나요? 제가 진행하면서 제대로 못 봤을 수도 있을 것 같은데 조금 약간 준비된 사진 한번 말씀을 해주시면.
So just to go over some of the key moments. Yes, this is how we demonstrated, how we try to raise public awareness. So in 2019, climate change was not really a task that was prevalent among the society, but there were already some young students who were taking on the issue of climate change as something that they really needed to focus on. So we wanted to bring this issue to the attention of the policymakers and the media. So we connected via online, and step by step, we were really in our teens. So there were just only certain things that we could do as a teenager. So that's why we did these picket strikes, showing, trying to show or voice our concerns. And then we gathered more force, and we sent in letters and through the form of letters with the message in our own voices. So what we think of the climate change issues and how we think it should be resolved. So this is in 2020 when we first brought the case to the Constitutional Court. You mentioned that this is the first of its kind in Asia, and in the Netherlands. It's the world's first case. So how would you, evaluate this action in Korea in terms of the global community? We naively thought that the government's policy or response to climate change is going to dramatically change once we get the ruling of the Constitutional Court. We later learned that that is not the case, that the Constitutional Court's ruling is like the very baseline. And then we learned that social change or actual change needs to follow, just like the chairperson mentioned. So the final ruling, the sentencing of the Constitutional Courts is the starting point, it's the baseline. And we need to really put that into action. In countries like Japan and Taiwan, they are also proceeding with similar litigations, and I think our win can really help them out, taking that one step forward. So as Chairperson mentioned, really, it's something that we really need to work together through joint forces. So I would like to invite the panel to share their thoughts about not just the climate change issues, but the overall environmental movement. So any observations or opinions. So how do you see the overall environmental movement / climate change movement?
시민사회에서도 기후 변화가 첫 번째 제일 중요한
The climate agenda has not long been on our agenda in a civil movement. In our activities, we thought that the focus should be the carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas and climate crisis. So from 2019, the climate change has been our focal point, our movement. So the use for climate action as a group contributed a lot to our paradigm shift. Civil society activities would be viable when if there is a participation from the citizens. So Now, I think that the climate change is not high on the overall agenda. The urgency is not well understood across the society. But however, if the oil price goes up or if a single-use product should be regulated, if the issues that would affect a daily life would be prioritized over other more important agenda. So that's why we have to work harder and push harder. It was 2018 that we put together our organization and these days the campaigns. In 2018 and 2019, climate change was the buzzword. However, climate crisis was new to us. So we tried to find more of the plaintiff in this litigation, but we were rejected so much. However, climate crisis was not high on the agenda. However, after the 2020, the climate crisis became the source of a lot of social movement and campaign. And for those who have not engaged in the social movement, stood up to deal with the climate crisis, and they even went out for the specific actions. At the government level, increases on the climate crisis has been increased. However, when climate crises were upon at the individual level, the issue was regarded as an individual response. Actually, the government was engaged in the policy level. Like this summer, the temperature was so hot and sizzling, all the responsibilities and the responses were passed down at the individual level. And the climate crisis was the frequent words in today's event. So previously, I thought that climate crisis was very new to other people. People just say, "Are you talking about global warming?" But today, I heard a lot about climate crisis. I'm very surprised. And from that, actually, climate crisis is coming to us. However, on the political circle in other front, the responses to the climate crisis is outdated or it's not urgent. The politicians always make a promise that they want to reduce the greenhouse gas and how to shift the industrial activities. Of course, that could be the response to the climate crisis. However, climate crisis is a crisis because it threatens our daily life. So how to assimilate or how to adapt the climate crisis, how to keep our life alive is not well discussed. And so as a result, the policy responses to the climate crisis are lacking. That's why the ordinary citizens does not really realize the severity of the climate crisis. People are talking about the climate crisis, however, they are rare to talk about the crisis, the responses to the climate crisis. So now I think it is time to discuss how to adapt, how to accommodate the climate crisis in our life. And you pointed out the roles of the government and state.
Yes. As the former minister, what kind of comments could you make in relation to the environmental policies of the Korean government? Well, I was a policy maker, and I might not be the right person to evaluate the process, but Korea has a very unique situation. We have very little resources. We've had the fastest growing economy. Everything was export driven. So we were very heavily had the highest level of environmental stress. And in the 2000s, we proceeded with some very aggressive policies, and I believe that has made some progress. But I'd like to once again emphasize that the perspective of the government cannot be the same as the NGOs or the activists. There are different perspectives and different roles that each side has to take on. Now, I recall that around the year 2000, the NGOs back then, environmental NGOs, had one of the strongest voices. But at the time, we had some economic difficulties, and it was very difficult for the government to strike a balance between economic development and environmental protection. So you can't really sacrifice one for the sake of the other. There really has to be a harmony. There really has to be a win-win. And this was the basic policy line of the people's government back in the 2000s. And this win-win kind of approach, saying that, we have to pursue economic development and environmental protection at the same time, was really well received by both the environmental NGOs and the civil society and the businesses alike. So this is not something that is just too idealistic. We have success cases in other countries as well. So it's not necessarily one over the other. And in fact, that is going to be less effective than when we pursue two rabbits at the same time. Now, climate change is going to exacerbate. We all know that. And even today, I don't think the focus should be, okay, let's all go for renewable energy. Let's all go for less use of plastic alone. Less use of fossil fuel is not going to miraculously create a clean future, because if we use less fossil fuel, then it's going to impact the economy in myriads of ways. That is going to have ripple effects, and it's not necessarily going to be all good for the environment. Renewable energy is the same. The conditions of how renewable energy can be introduced to an economy differs ever so greatly in all the different countries. The current or the most recent discussion about responding to climate change or environmental crisis was that if we stop using fossil fuel and if we shift to renewable energy, then voila, we're going to have a solution. But I emphasize that that is not how the society works. That's not how the economy works. Resources go through a process which is far more complicated than just the issue of is it fossil fuel or is it renewable energy. All manufacturing activities, be it through fossil fuel, be it through renewable, uses up resources. It will inevitably create waste, and waste has to be treated, whether it's created through using fossil fuel or whether it's used from renewable energy. So the key issue here, I think, to improve the overall efficiency of the way we use resources. Now, in our parents' generation, the key word was save. Save electricity, save water, save paper, and so forth. The same rhetoric might not work with the current generation because everything is so abundant. Yet, we need to emphasize the increasing the resource efficiency if we are to make progress. So I mentioned that the different religions, different philosophies have a common theme, and this is what I'm talking about. We need to bring all the different ideas together and think of it in a holistic view and really talk about how we're going to make things more effective. Korea has always been a leader in terms of giving good performance. Now we need to add that or top that off with better efficiency. So in all of the governments, we've had good performance. Now we need to add the good efficiency to that as well. Thank you very much. I think we have about 5 minutes to go. And I'd like to spend the last minutes asking our panels to share their thoughts about their views on peace and life. You can, of course, link that to the climate change issues as well. We're going to start off with Hyun-jung and share your thoughts about that. I think peace is not exactly opposite to war. So unless there's war, it's peace is no longer the case. I think peace needs to be a state of less threat. So climate change threatens our everyday lives. So climate change may not be a war as we know it, but it has the same effect of a war on our daily lives. So I would say climate change is almost equal to war in terms of threatening the daily peace. So I think that's how I would look at climate change in relation to peace. Yes, we talked about the poly-crisis that we're faced with, and I wanted to say a few words about that. The climate change always seems to be a difficult question, and we always talk about having to transform our thoughts, transform the way we live, transform the way we manufacture. That's quite overwhelming because climate change is basically saying climate crisis is saying that we need to, topple everything we know of how we lived, how we worked, and so forth. Greenhouse gas emission has been a given in order to make economic progress. And this climate crisis is asking us to stop that. So that's why it's difficult, and the society as a whole has been, kind of resisting that change because it was deemed as so difficult. But I think we need to really see this from a different perspective. So instead of saying, oh, that's it's an overwhelming, daunting task, we really need to see it from the perspective of our lives. So it's not just about saving the environment, it's not just about doing business differently. It's really about how we decide to live with the future generations. So that's, I think, the kind of approach that I would like to propose.
As I listened to the previous presentation, I thought about the conventional concept of the climate change and the crisis. European politics have been changed. The key to the change is the refugees. Due to the weather changes in the Middle East, the agriculture failed, the farmers become poor, and they escape the country. And they want to walk out of the conflict. So the stability was shattered, and the abundance was reduced to the rarity. So the the world has become unpleasant. That's why a lot of refugees were pouring out of the region. Water resources and the food will be another source of conflict, and it is hard to control with the human activities. So not only the abnormal weathers, but also the democracy, peace, or the framework could be shattered by the climate crisis. We have to be aware of the risks. Yes, I agree. As time's up, right?
시간은 굉장히 그래도 이사장님 혹시 말씀 있으시면 한 1분 정도 괜찮지 않을까요?
So I would like to give you 1 minute, Chairperson Kim. The climate crisis is included in the poly crisis, complex crisis. And also we have been using the expression multiple crisis in relation to climate. Climate crisis is an omnipotent crisis across all sectors. If you look at the historical cases, when crisis hits, the society is dismantled and everything is broken from upside down. Knowledge, knowing is important. We have to know the root cause and also we have to navigate through the difficulties and problems. And so like today's gathering, we need to share our ideas and opinions. We have to think about the root causes of the problem. Leadership, there is a saying that leadership is conversation. So conversation would be the key to find way out of those multiple crises, and we need to be companion for each other. Thank you. Big round of applause again to the panelists and
네,
the
고맙습니다.
chairperson.
다시 한번
Thank you.
강연과 토론으로 의미 있는 시간을 꾸며주신 5분께 큰 박수
Another big round
보내주시면
of applause for
감사하겠습니다.
these 5 important figures.
네, 두 번째 세션이 진행되는 동안 많은 분들께서 고개를 끄덕끄덕 하시면서
I saw a lot of people were
같았습니다.
nodding
당장
in
올
the
겨울도
second
한파가
special
오고 있는데요.
lecture. And this
이제는
winter
정말 이야기할
will
때
be very
그것
cold
같습니다.
again. Now it is
기후변화
really high time to let this out. And the constitutional ruling, people say that the decision is not the end, but the beginning of new road.
김대중 100년 평화 페스티벌 1일차
Now this concludes the first day of the Centennial of Kim Dae-jung's birth and peace festival. Tomorrow we will begin our program from 10:30, and special lectures and the awarding ceremony were prepared. I hope you can join again for tomorrow as well. Thank you all for keeping your seats until the very end. Thank you.